Welcome. I am AdaKay. Grab your favorite drink, get comfy, and let's hop into court. Well, hello, everybody. I was not anticipating coming into court today. Welcome, everybody. I do not have my light on. I thought it'd be kind of cool to go kind of incognito today. Just kind of curious to see how it would look. What you think? Oh my gosh. Hello, Andrielle. Hello, Honey 2800. Thank you for joining. Well, as you know, and I'm getting an echo, so I don't need to hear myself. As you know, Hannah Gutierrez-Read was found guilty of second-degree manslaughter, or I think that's what it was. She was found guilty of manslaughter. And she is now filing to the Commonwealth for a dismissal or a new trial. She's got a motion. Oh, I know. Isn't it great? What do you think? Does it look good? So anyway, Hannah has filed for a possible requesting a retrial or dismissal of her case based on what happened with the Alec Baldwin trial. So today, I'm in the state. Hi, Jules. Hello, beloved. Yeah, but I'm not really with it. I haven't even gotten my coffee this morning. I haven't done much this morning besides get ready. Some people want to know I wear red. Let me stand up, get back here. For my sisters, that's to honor the Native American women who are being abducted and missing, wrongfully ending of life. Native American women, and I am Native, so I do honor my sisters. So with that, we are going to go and we're going to start reading the document. If you hear my coffee maker, I apologize. I was prepared for this. They were going to file this on Monday, and I think they actually filed it. I don't see the date. But it's Commonwealth of Massachusetts plaintiff versus Karen Reed defendant. Defendant Karen Reed replies to the Commonwealth's opposition to her motion to dismiss. So we're going to go through that. Hello, Jules. I know you've been over at Mr. R.A.'s. I can't do R.A. justice. I know, honey. I know. So, Jules, thank you for hopping over. I know you're over there probably helping him mod, but your presence is a blessing. I am going to go live tomorrow. We're going to be covering a lot of stuff tomorrow. But today we're going to cover this. And I hope that you guys are having a great day. Are you feeling better, Miss Jules? Ooh, honey child, that coffee is hot. This afternoon, I'm going to get in and I'm going to be rearranging my studio a little bit. You know, when you set something up for the first time and then you have to live with it for a little while, then you figure out what you need. Oh, thank you so much, honey. By the way, we've got our membership set up. We're going to launch it, I think, tomorrow. It was a crazy journey to get here and get monetized. Nowhere near as fast as Mr. R.A., but we are monetized. I'm excited. And so we will not have interpreter today because I'm reading, and she just emptied out her freezer. So she's in the middle of cleaning out her freezer. I need to do that. I really, really do, y'all. So let's hop on over. Let me get this on stage and get it the way I like it. Can y'all read that, or do I need to make it bigger? Oh, shoot. My doorbell just went off. Hold on a minute. Oh, let's see. Thank you, fabulous son. My son is so freaking fabulous. I love the way he supports me. I couldn't do it without him. I think I'm gonna no, I don't want to get in the words. So I think I'm going to make me smile over here. One thing I love about this program is I can edit it while I'm on live. Isn't that awesome? I can edit it while I'm on live. Save, layout. Yes, we got it. Embiggen, embiggen. Okay, let me edit this again. I can embiggen it a little more. What I'm going to do is, well, I'm trying to embiggen it more. That's about as embiggen as I can get it. Yeah, that's about as big as we can get. So let me get this set. Okay, let me save it. Is that better? Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. Okay, I won't be able to see myself, but I'm going to pull the screen in front so I can see comments. Okay, here we go. Y'all ready? Defendant Karen Reed replies to the Commonwealth opposition to the motion to dismiss. Now comes the defendant Karen Reed by through undersigned counsel and hereby respectfully submitted by this replay of the Commonwealth's opposition to her motion to dismiss. The Commonwealth opposition is perhaps most notable for what it does and does not dispute that according to the information from 4 deliberating jurors and the jury has reached unanimous decision that Miss Reed is not guilty on 2 out of 3 counts pending against her, namely count 1 and 3. Wait a minute. Was this today's? Let me keep reading. Is this on the wrong thing or are we good? Hi, Miss Ronnie. Instant Miss Reed must run the gauntlet once more based on several clear falsities. First, while defense was given an opportunity to hear other issues arise during jury. Is this the same thing? I know. I thought it was too. Hannah Gutierrez. What the heck? I pulled the wrong document. Gee gads. All right. My mods, my fabulous mods. Oh, Ronnie, I apologize, guys. This is what happens when you don't get your cup of coffee. Ronnie, in Discord, the Hannah Gutierrez Reed folder is missing. Can you throw in mod chat real quick the proper document? I would greatly appreciate you. Guys, that's what happened. Oh my gosh, I apologize. I'm looking in Discord and there's a file missing and I pulled it from the Karen Reed and not the Hannah Gutierrez Reed trial. Oh my gosh, I apologize. Mod Corner, can you please throw up the correct document for me? I would greatly appreciate it. In the meantime, let's talk about this situation. Like I said, I have fabulous, fabulous mods. Let me know when you're done it. I know, Andrielle, there's 2 files with Reed, and when I went in to Discord to pull it, Hannah is missing. I don't know what happened to her folder. Karen Reed is there, but Hannah is not. So we're going to wait for that. But let's talk about what's happening. Alec Baldwin was basically, his trial was dismissed because Morrissey screwed up. Morrissey hid evidence and the lead investigator and the evidence person. So we are here it is. Oh my mod, you are so fabulous. I love you. See, this is when you have good mods. Great mods. Freaking unbelievable mods who I absolutely adore. Let me get this, miss me in big in this. It won't do it that way. Okay, we're gonna do it another way. We gonna begin this. So, once again, like I said, sometimes things happen, and we just roll with the punches. Sometimes if I do this, it does that. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? I love this program. So as I do this, and I'm going to come up here, it embiggens it and it's much clearer. Oh, thank you, Jesus. It's much clearer. Save, save. Okay. Now we're on the ball, y'all. Now we're on the ball. You're not sure if that's the correct. I don't think it is. Nope, that's not it. Nope, not it, Ronnie. Sorry. We're trying. So anyway, it has been a very interesting journey along the lines for Hannah. Now, I'm not sure that Hannah is actually going to succeed with this because it all depends on when the information, i.e., the lead shooters, were turned over to Hannah Gutierrez's or tried to turn over to them. They denied it, and it was turned over to the SO office. Yeah, that's not it, Miss Veronica. I apologize. So what happens now is that a lot of her situation is going to depend. When did this evidence come forward? At what time did who know what? Now, on Hannah's side, they can argue that, oh my gosh, they had it, they filed it under a different case number. So no one could have or would have known it was there when it was there. If it was given, yes, it's the snarky haired lady today. Miss Veronica, I apologize to put you under that kind of stress. Let me see if I can go in Discord and find it. But the let me see if I can find it too. But the thing is that if you are, let me go under here, search for Hannah. If depends on when everything happened. Depends on when everything happened. Let's see if this is it. Oh, found it. Got it. God, I love Discord. If y'all ever want to find documents on cases, go to Discord, go to As a Gravel Drops. It is fabulous. They have everything. They actually have mods and people that are researching over 500 trials and cases. So this is awesome. Let me do this to get it in biggin. Okay, there we go. We're good to go. So anyway, everything's going to depend on when the actually leads were handed over. So let's read. Let's get going. Thank you for your patience. I honestly, I'm going to say this before we get started. I don't feel bad about tech issues because EDB had major tech issues and found out that our server that we used to StreamYard has been sold to another company, and she couldn't get sound up. And unfortunately, if I had her number, I could have told her how to do it because I figured it out. Unfortunately, I had the same problem, but our server has been sold to another company, so I'm looking at having a backup way to do things. So I'm not the only one that has problems. We all do. Okay, y'all ready? I wish I could get this song. They play at the basketball games, but I can't. Okay, Hannah Gutierrez Reed expedited motion for new trial or for dismissal for discovery violations and under the court's inherent power. Expedited They want her out of jail as of yesterday. That's how fast they are wanting this. They are expediting this like crazy. All right, here we come. Defendant Hannah Gutierrez-Reed by and through her counsel of record, Jason Bowles and Monica L. Barraras, respectfully move this court for a new trial or dismissal for severe and ongoing discovery violations by the state. This motion is made pursuant to Rule 5-614 of the Rules of Criminal Procedure, the case law in Court of Inherent Powers. Okay, so I'm not going to read all the court references, but I will read the body. So Baldwin's trial exposed extreme misconduct. Special Prosecutor Morrissey lied to the courts under oath. In the hearing on July 12, 2024, Mr. Baldwin's case, Ms. Morrissey took the stand calling herself as a witness and lied to the court several times. Corporal Hancock testified that Ms. Morrissey was in on the decision to file the Teskey rounds in a separate case file. I'm going to put case file so we know the difference. On direct examination, however, Ms. Morrissey stated she never knew it would have been a separate file number. I want to break this down. Didn't mean to do that. Didn't mean to do that. How do I undo? I'm going to embiggen. Control Z? Much? No. It didn't. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. Okay. I'm not used to doing this. I'm learning. This. Why text only highlight? Let's do this because it's muckery. It's not doing it. Okay. So right here, Corporal Hancock. Why is that? Oh, that's awful. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do it. It's not doing it right. Corporal Hancock testified that, there we go. It's not working. Okay, I'm done. I'm done with this. We're so done. Okay. Corporal Hancock testified that Miss Morrissey was in on the decision. Well, let's step it back a little bit. If the person who was in charge of the evidential collection, the tech, knew about this, she was in on this, she was there, and then Corporal Hancock testifies that Morrissey was in on the decision to take the rounds and put them in a separate file, that means that she lied under oath. There could be some serious possible disbarment issues. Unfortunately, some people don't understand it could take a year to get disbarred. There has to be an investigation. So Corporal Hancock testified that Miss Morrissey was in on the decision. Under direct examination, Morrissey stated she didn't know about the separate file number. Who are we going to believe? The person throwing her under the bus or the one trying to get out from underneath the bus? Morrissey alleged in a response of cross-examination that Ms. Johnson, or Linda Johnson, had resigned that day because Ms. Johnson didn't want public hearing on the Brady violation. Lie number 2. Ms. Johnson immediately after the trial was dismissed went on live and YouTube and TV and basically said, no, I was in a disagreement with Miss Morrissey. I told her this needed to be dismissed. And Miss Morrissey decided to move forward. Thus, she decided, i.e. Miss Johnson, decided that she was going to be an ethical person and a moral person. And she approached the judge and said, Your Honor, I can't do this. And the judge realized that, yeah, she was in the right. and allowed her to be removed from the case. She walked out in the middle of trial, leaving Miss Morrissey in the boat alone. Well, Miss Morrissey was not willing to give up the ghost, and she was going to fight to the bitter end. See, prosecutors are not supposed to, well, you want to get as many convictions as you can. That's the flesh in them. But legally, they're there to just present the evidence of fact, and the jury is the one to decide whether guilt or innocence. And that's where Miss Johnson stood. Morrissey wanted guilty. This became personal. She got way too close to the case for her own good. Oh, that's okay, Miss Ronnie. You're awesome. This was false right here. In a media interview the same day, like I said, Ms. Johnson explained that she resigned because of ethical duties as a prosecutor and that she argued that the case should be dismissed by the state because of late disclosure, and she was overruled, obviously, by Morrissey. See, Baldwin, prosecutor, I'm resigning, da. Miss Morrissey instead decided to plow ahead on in her continued win-at-all-cost attitude in the Russ case. Second, Miss Morrissey represented in response to the question that she asked her prior paralegal to resign. That was factually untrue. The paralegal declined to tender his resignation unilaterally after sending several emails to the DA's office about his working conditions and the conduct of Miss Morrissey. That led to his unilateral decision to resign. The paralegal emailed this to undersigned counsel and excluded in an affidavit. Thirdly, Morrissey represented that undersigned counsel did not want the Tuskegee rounds and believed that they inculpated or Miss Gutierrez-Read. I'm bad with words, sorry. This is an absolute falsehood. Some background is necessary at this point. Okay, now we're going to hear what her attorney states to be his facts. The state had been aware and had access to Tuskegee for years. Seth Kenny called Tuskegee during November of 21, interviewed with Detective Hancock, after which Tuskegee sent pictures of the sampling of the ammunition, and the sampling had bronze primers and did not match the live rounds on set, which had nickel. There was no other follow-up by the state, even though undersigned counsel texted Detective Hancock asking her to contact Tuskegee. Detective Hancock also misrepresented at the hearing, saying that she called Tuskegee multiple times with no response. Hancock, in response, told undersigned counsel that she had already talked with Tuskegee. Yes, I've been present for most of the phone calls and have spoken to him. And also stating, I'm aware, I have seen them and I spoke to Troy. Hancock never again tried to contact him, dispute her testimony in court. Ronnie, well, no wonder Morrissey is the top attorney in New Mexico. She probably done this more than one. Well, see, that's the sad thing. That is the sad thing. How many times has Morrissey done this? How many times has this happened? It appalls me. Did not want to do that. Sorry. What, baby girl? Oh, you don't feel good. Baby girl doesn't feel good today. This is my puppers. This is my puppers. She doesn't feel good today. I don't know what's wrong. Well, part of the problem is if in November of 2021 they knew of the Tuskegee ammo, then this might be a glimmer of hope for Hannah. Yeah, glimmer of hope for Hannah. So Troy, I think I think he didn't just wait. I think he was trying to give it over, but he was leaving the state and he decided, I'm not leaving the state with this. I brought it. I'm not taking this home. This is evidence. So he was thought he was going to be a witness for whatever reason. Excuse me. He thought he was going to be a witness. He was holding on to the ammo, thinking that he and the ammo were going to be called to testify, and they were not. When realized that the trial was going to be over and he was not going to be called, that is when he decided to turn over the evidence. Okay? But let's look at this for a minute. Well, baby, I know, lay down. She's not feeling well. I hope she doesn't have another UTI. Then on November 2nd of 23, pretrial interview of Teskey, the rounds were again discussed. This time was Special Prosecutor Morrissey. During the interview, Morrissey specifically asked if Teskey would give her the ammunition from the batch that Reed and Kenny had taken to set of 1883. Teskey agreed he would preserve it and provide it, and Morrissey indicated he should and that she would work with the law enforcement to collect it. So when she stood outside the courthouse after the end of trial with Alec Baldwin and said, I knew nothing about this until today, lying out her rear end. So, let's see where Morrissey never follow up. The undersigned sent an email to Morrissey on January 8th of 24, asking if the state was going to retrieve them. Counsel said she was email and testing was important to compare the Teskey rounds to powder in the live rounds found on the Russ set. This had been done by the FBI through the state, as FBI had done the original testing and analysis of the powder. However, it was not done with the ammo that was filed under separate case number. Undersigned counsel had repeatedly told the state that it needed to test the Teskey rounds to make the comparison. That same day, however, for the first time since November 2nd, Miss Morrissey emailed back and said she did not plan to retrieve or test them because she found them visually dissimilar and not relevant. Whoa. Okay. Astoundingly, Miss Morrissey told the court in July of 24 hearing that she had never seen the rounds until July 12th during the evidentiary hearing. It is clear in the hearing of 3 of the rounds were visually like the Russet rounds, which contrasted Miss Morrissey's statement in her January 8th email undersigning that Morrissey in court statement form July 11th that the rounds were not visually similar. Okay, this is huge. Well, I think that H.R. Hannah Gutierrez is a person responsible for the crime. I think because of, yeah, at least retried with that information so the jury can make the correct, have all the information to properly deliberate. The issue is she loaded the guns. Oh gosh, I did it again. The lead shooter. She loaded the lead shooters. She's ultimately responsible for that. The problem that frustrates me is nobody is focusing on how did the rounds get there? Who, what, when, where, why, and how? Where's that part of the investigation? Yep, Mr. Bowles should have never taken Morrissey's word. He failed at his job. This is true too. I think she needs to get another attorney on this. I think the court should give her another attorney if she can't afford one. He failed her. So anyway, sorry. Um, I'm not going to go through like Erlen Johnson interview, noting that 3 of the Tuskegee rounds were visually like the rust set rounds, and indicated that it had potential exculpatory value on the theory of sabotage. I do too, Jules. That is a perfect, you're right there. I do too. This is the biggest thing, and people aren't understanding this, that by reasonable doubt, the reasonable doubt in the Hannah Gutierrez thing is she should be held responsible, but to what level? Should it be a lesser level? What about finding the people that actually brought it on set? And that is true right here. Possible sabotage is very plausible at this point. Further misconduct by the state unearthed in a hearing was that CST Popel had been directed to place the Tuskegee rounds in a separate case file with separate number, not the rust number, and create a report that was also filed in a separate case file so that those would not be disclosed to the defense. Now, that is huge. That's called cover up. If I'm a lawyer and I go to Pampel and Popel, I want to call a popper, Popel, and say, hey, I need all the evidence and case files for this case number, not knowing that there was a separate case number, that is so wrong. That's right. We're going to get to that in a minute. I want to talk about that in a minute. I'm going to star this. We're going to come back to that. So that is insane. So Corporal Hancock testified that Morrissey was present for the meeting and the decision to place the rounds in a separate case file. In other words, Special Prosecutor Morrissey was in on the discussion to hide the rounds and to report them in another file. And then she sits in court and stands in front of the courthouse and say, but I never saw those before today. My team, she's throwing the team under the bus, and the bus is dragging her with them. They should have said no. They should have stepped up. So Popel and Hancock both should be fired. They were in on it. They had the moral obligation to stay. Hey, Miss Morrissey, you can't do this. We're not doing this. If you want to do this, go to somebody else. We're going to the chief of police. We're reporting you, and we're going to file it under the appropriate case number. So far from, let me make sure. Moreover, the Mercy on July 11 to 24 indicating that Tuskegee rounds were visually dissimilar. That's another lie, because there were 3 that were similar on the rust set rounds and therefore immaterial. That were proven false a day later when the court opened the box and inspected the Tuskegee rounds. Now, y'all, let's step back for a minute. OMG. I have never seen a judge sit on a bench and put gloves on and take that kind of control, because she knew exactly what was coming down the pike, and then come off the bench and inspect those rounds herself. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Or far from distancing from the Tuskegee rounds, defense counsel recognized their potential exculpatory value and had the state test them. However, by this time, Morrissey indicated she did not plan to retrieve them on the 8th. It was too late to utilize the rounds and impossible without the FBI comparison on the powders. The court has also made it clear that one of the motion hearings around that time that there would be no continuance of the February 28th trial date for Miss Morrissey regardless. Without the state testing the rounds, counsel for the defense was unable to utilize the powder comparison. He can't hear me. Take, then turn. Teskey then turned. I've got to get my little girl taken care of. Teskey then turned around over to the sheriff's department. I got to get him. Sorry. My baby girl needs my son. Morrissey indicated, okay, the FBI member of the court said, trial 28th Morrissey, regardless. There we are. Hey, Matt? Matt? Y'all, I'll be right back. My little girl is needing to go to the restroom. I'm going to go ahead and do our little commercial from our sponsor, and I'll be right back. Hey, y'all. I am so excited we have our very first sponsor, and I'm wearing this hat to honor them. Who is it? Well, it's coffee, my favorite thing. This coffee is from Hitchman Homestead Coffee. This is the Shooter Shack Coffee Pioneer Nicaraguan Roast. This coffee is so delicious, y'all. It is so smooth. It does not leave a chemical taste on the back of the tongue. It's not overly bitter. And I have to tell you, it is my favorite. And I am now getting rid of all my other coffee. I kid you not. They have a monthly subscription available. You get 4 12-ounce bag a month, either whole beaned or ground. And then you can also get a Keurig option as well. The other thing they have is wonderful gift boxes that you can send to your loved ones. So you want to support a fabulous home business and people here in the Hill Country, go to hitchmanhomestead.com and let them know I sent you, and grab yourself some of the best tasting coffee we have here in Texas Hill Country. Okay, y'all. Sorry about that, but we got it taken care of. Thank you for your patience. My girl comes first. She's not feeling well. Okay, we are back. So Teskey turned the rounds over to the sheriff's office on March 6th of 24, and the defense hoped that the sheriff's office would finally test and analyze those rounds while Ms. Gutierrez-Read pursued her appeal. Instead, the state placed them in a separate case file and attempted to hide them. I am just Alec Baldwin. AB equals Alec Baldwin. What, Jules? What? She's suing Alec Baldwin? Yes. So Zara Zachary threw the ammo away and didn't confess for 30 days and then was given full immunity, not to mention she is suing Alec Baldwin and the production company for emotional distress. Yes. The nerve of Sarah Zachary. See, that right there rates at the core of my being. When you have a woman who's lost her life and another person who is pretty injured pretty bad, and you're sitting there suing for emotional distress when you may have been the one to plant it, you threw away the rest of the ammo? The nerve. Okay, back to this. The important is that Miss Morrissey and the CST Popel made misrepresentation to the court and the jury regarding the Teskey rounds and the circumstances surrounding their late disclosure. The misrepresentation highlight the continued discovery, absence, and the fraud perpetrated and attempt to be perpetrated on counsel for the defense and this court by the state. I'm going to say this. I'm not a lawyer, but I might argue this point. If Poppel is found to be lying or even misleading in another case that's connected to Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, would it then say or be of sort that maybe her testimony should be thrown out of Hannah's testimony? Come here, baby. Sip, drink, yours. Okay, baby. She keeps alerting me, and I don't know what's going on, and it's concerning me. Come here. Come here. Up, 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 up. So for me, the situation is this. How can we trust that Poppel's testimony in Hannah Gutierrez Reed's trial was honest? And if it was dishonest or could have been, then shouldn't it also be thrown out on that as well? Is that what you need, baby? Are you okay? Okay, your nose is good, no fever. You just need some loving. Okay, go lay down. Either she doesn't feel good or she's alerting to something with me. So I want to know is could they also, I don't know if they put it in this motion, but could they also sit there and say, hey, she lied about this because she lied about that. Counsel for Ms. Gutierrez Reed knew that Teskey had some rounds from the same batch, and it was not making batch and is not making the failure of disclosure the sole basis for the motion, except to the extent that show ongoing misconduct of the state and the failures found by the court. Although counsel for Ms. Gutierrez Reed was also never provided with a copy of the police report, lapel video concerning those collected rounds, these additional acts by the special prosecutor should inform, however, the Brady violation regarding the Hague report in the Seth Kenny interview was disclosed only after trial. But he was misled by I bet every case that she ever testified in will now be called into question. That's what's so important about the Brady violation. If you are a person like Poppel or Hancock, even Miss Morrissey, and you are found connected or in part to the Brady violation, then you go on a list in every trial that you have been a part of can be brought into question. And if you were ever called to testify again, that Brady violation will come up. You were on a list, literally. The court stated on July 12th that the integrity of the judicial system demanded that the court dismiss Mr. Baldwin's case with justice. How can it be any different with Ms. Gutierrez Reed's case? With this proven litany of serious discovery abuses, the intentional withholding of crucial evidence, the Brady and I want to call gigolo by the state has compromised the integrity of the entire judicial process. Yeah, I'm on it for Hannah. I'm not saying it should be dismissed. I think she should have another trial. Justice demands that Hannah Reed's conviction be overturned immediately, and ensuing the legal system does not perpetrate this court affront to our system that has been watched all over the world. Introduction of facts of studying evidence. A hearing on Baldwin's trial, the court found that the state had committed an egregious discovery violation by suppressing material Brady evidence regarding the ammo rounds of Troy found in the Santa Fe County Sheriff's on March 6 of 24. What date was the actual Hannah Gutierrez Reed trial finished? At what date and time? Maud, can you find that for me? Sarah Z is another example of how people abuse the court system. She should have been accountable for destruction of evidence, and the AD have compulsory their part in the case. Yes, now can that? My question is just a thought. Sarah Z's immunity, could that be disregarded or invoked? Disregarded? Because if Morrissey is found to be lying, deceiving, and dot, dot, dot in this case, then shouldn't all immunity that she gave be stricken? What is your thoughts on that? Can it be? I'm not a lawyer. That's something I would love to ask Rob. Can all of the immunity given be removed because of Miss Morrissey's behavior? I want to ask Rob that. I wish I could get a hold of him. I would love to ask Rob that. Love, 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 love to. Okay. This court entered the extreme remedy of dismissal with justice in Mr. Baldwin's case findings. 1. Special prosecutor and sheriff office suppressed evidence of rounds that Mr. Teskey returned in. 2. The evidence was favorable to Baldwin as impeachment evidence and potentially exculpatory. The evidence was material in that late disclosure impacted the fundamental fairness of proceedings. 4. The state conduct was highly culpable in failing to provide this discovery and unilaterally withholding a report of Teskey rounds. 5. The state willfulness was close to bad faith, shows signs of scorching. This was highly prejudicial. I can't say this. Prejudicial, I can't say it, to Mr. Baldwin and his preparation for trial. 7. Sanction of dismissal was the only appropriate remedy for this, and I can't say this, egregious conduct. 8. Despite the state's repeated disclosure to defense and the court that they have completed with all of their discovery obligations, they withheld critical evidence. And 9. Dismiss with prejudice was necessary to preserve the integrity of the judicial system. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Ohio Prom Mom. Hi. Hi, Pom Mom. How are you doing? I don't know, but Morrissey was representing the state. I doubt that the immunity can be retracted. Well, if Miss Morrissey is representing the state and the state gave the immunity, can it be? Can't everything that she touched, her, Popel, and Hancock, all three of them, which they're involved in all of this, can all of that be considered tainted and have to be redacted and retracted? I meant retracted, not redacted. Retracted? I don't know. Who gave the immunity? If Morrissey is the one that gave the immunity, and this has been shown that number one, this behavior shows personal investment, personal interest. This shows that she got way too close to this case. I don't know. She should have recused herself. This, of course, is the same special prosecutor and the same sheriff office that handled Gutierrez-Reed's case. In the same way that Mr. Baldwin's case, the state represented to counsel and this court that it had completed, it had complied, with its obligation under, why is this wet? Where did it leak? Ooh, sorry, distracted. Rabbit trail. Represented the counsel and court that it had complied with the obligation under Rule 5-501. February 12th of 24. Yet, after the trial concluded, the state continued this pattern of discovery misconduct, disclosing a completely new interview with Seth Kenny and a third expert report of the state expert Lucid Hag, whatever that, I'm not going to go there, on April 28th of 24. A full month after Ms. Gutierrez's trial had ended, Morrissey called counsel for Gutierrez Reed and disclosed an entirely new Seth. Whoa, I didn't know this. Let's read this again. April 8th, 1 month after Hannah Gutierrez Reed trial had ended, Morrissey called counsel for Hannah Gutierrez Reed and told them they had a new Seth Kenny interview statement and obtained numerous points that could have been used in Kenny's cross-examination. That's interesting. What, Jules, would you like to come on and share with me? I'd love to have you hop on this. Also, the state withheld the bombshell exculpatory evidence that it had a constitutional obligation to disclose and that would have resulted in a fundamentally different trial and likely a different outcome. The court is aware from ongoing proceedings that Ms. Gutierrez and Mr. Baldwin's case, despite having in its possession a report, its own expert stating that the firearm used on the set of Rest film contained unexplained tool marks on crucial surfaces of the trigger and sear, which, one, likely were not the result of a damage incurred by the FBI's impact testing. Two, did not appear to be original manufacturing marks or the use of abuse tool marks based on their irregular. Oh my gosh. OMG. I'm posting this for you, Miss Jules. If you want to come on, I'm going to remove it in a minute. I'll remove it in a minute. Wow. Now, this is interesting because they had an expert come on, the man who built the gun, come on and say, when it left his possession, there were no marks. It was flawless. It was impeccable. Okay. But of course, between his possession, excuse me, it was then sold to a gun show, a company that presents weapons at a gun show. Okay. Okay. You want to hop on? You're welcome to, Ms. Jules. Let me know either way so I can take this down. So, there's conflicting reports as to the marks on the trigger and sear. Buried the information disclosed, state versus called expert on trial, sat idly by as he perjured himself during cross-examination. In doing so, state, number one, suppressed exculpatory material in violation of the U.S. and New Mexico Constitution. Two, suppressed testifying witness written statements in violation of Rule 5-501A5, and committed additional violations of the U.S.-Mexico Constitution during trial. This conduct is beneath what the court should expect from a duty-appointed officer of the state tasked with doing justice. These late disclosures occurred after trial had concluded. Okay, so trial had concluded for Hannah. And there is reasonable probability that the outcome of the trial may have been different had the state complied with the obligations. So, Yeah. The suppressed Seth Kenny interview. Now, that was interesting. Very interesting to me. Very. In Seth Kenny recorded interview conducted well prior to the trial of Hannah Gutierrez. There's no date contained in the interview, but it occurred before her trial. Mr. Kenny makes the following material statement that counsel for Ms. Gutierrez-Read would have used in cross-examination. Ooh, this is good. Okay, Jules, I'm removing. Oh, I can't. Mm, mm, Give me a second. I got to do this. So the interesting thing is that what exactly would he been able to gain from this? That is the question. How would it have helped him? That is the question. Okay, removed it. We're good. Back to you guys. So, number one. I'm so sorry, I got the yawnies. Didn't get any coffee in yet. I'm still sipping it. There is a standard that the prop master had. There's a standard that the prop master, Sarah Zachary, is the boss, and if something goes missing or stolen, she's to report it. She is managing things which allow the armor to focus on the lead shooters, and Sarah is everything else. Okay, let me step back and explain that. Some people don't understand the difference between props. Costuming is anything that's worn. Prop is anything that can be touched or utilized by an actor. Okay. The weapons are considered props. However, the armor is responsible for those, as far as making sure they're loaded properly with the proper, either a blank or a dummy rim, and the safety. Props are responsible to acquire and allocate the weapons based on the requests made. So, right, decorations also can be considered a prop. The thing is during this trial, it was testified that on days the armor was on set, Sarah Zachary was to assist her, and Hannah was the boss. On days when weapons were not on set, Hannah was supposed to assist Sarah, and Sarah was the boss. So they had flipping roles, which should never have happened. But that sometimes happens, I guess, because it's a low budget film. That's why there's a point being made of this. So let's read that again. Oh, I'm sorry. I took it down. I'll post it again. Just copy and paste it from the comments, and then I'll remove it. As soon as you're on, I'll remove it. So, Miss Jules is going to join us. She's fabulous. I absolutely adore her. There is a standard that the prop master, Sarah, is the boss, and if something goes missing or stolen, she's to report it. She's to do the inventory. She's to, storage, that kind of stuff. Hannah grew up on the set of movies and had a lot of immersion in the set industry. She had more experience with Westerns than Seth did growing up in 1883. Seth, prop master, who handle lead shooters, won't call out armor to test the bullets. Mentions that sheriff confused replica with real. Sarah told him Hannah was doing a great job with the lead shooters, and director was happy. Seth heard nothing but good things about Hannah's skills, and all the staff that came out after about safety he hadn't heard. He felt like people were piling on after the fact. He mentioned an anonymous hotline, that if there was something going on, why nobody called the hotline. Alec Hancock had been cool, but I bursted. Oh, there she is. Let me embiggen and get my bud on. Hey, girlfriend.
Hey, can you hear me?
Barely. You're really soft.
All right, let me see if I could make this go better.
Yeah, you're real soft. Or at least you're soft in my ears. Y'all, how is she doing?
How's this? Is that better?
Mo better.
Okay.
Mo better.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. It's so nice to
Good
see you all.
morning. Hi, beloved.
How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
Tired. Good, but tired.
Yeah, you're going to have an energy issue for a while.
I suppose so. Anywho's, um, this
Up
is
to
an
this point, what's your
interesting read.
opinion?
Well, my opinion is I have several. I don't know if you're interested or not, but um,
Why, Jules, don't ever tell me that again, because I wouldn't have you here if I wasn't.
um, I think Judge Summer is going to do one of two things. She's either going to have Hannah released from jail fairly quickly and schedule a retry,
Which I
or
think they should.
yes, because I actually believe that uh, she should be held responsible. I don't think Alec Baldwin should have been, but her for sure, as well as Sarah Zachary, as well as Dave Holt. And I've got some really huge questions when it comes to Seth Kenny. Or
Yeah.
the other thing she might do, given the fact that she dismissed Alec Baldwin's case with prejudice, it is within her power to do the same thing for Hannah.
But the issue with that is then now, if you do that, we all know she's responsible to a point.
She is.
But in doing that, she goes scot free.
But you're right. And I understand why people would be up in arms about it. I don't like it either, but that is how our jurisdiction, our justice system works in this country.
Well,
So
can they charge her with a lesser crime?
there isn't, I don't believe that there's a lesser crime that she could be charged with. I don't know what uh, I don't know what the New Mexico charges are, so I don't know if there is a lesser charge that they can get her on. Um, here's the thing. Oh, what is Ronnie
Let
saying?
me pop it up.
If
Actually, her time served would go towards the 18 months.
yeah, time served. You're right. That she would get time served. Um, I don't know if there's a lesser charge, but if the state's attorney's office of New Mexico is smart, number one, they should relieve Carrie Morrissey of her duties. And number two, they need to right what was wrong in Hannah's trial. Look, I'm not saying the girl is innocent. Not by any means am I saying that. That was her job. She was the armorer. Plain and simple, that was her job. She failed at what she did. Should she be held responsible? Yes. However, you cannot, in this country, convict someone of a crime
Exactly.
by withholding evidence, by doing underhanded practices, by giving out immunity like you're giving lollipops out to kids on Halloween. You can't do that. You just can't. And this is what Carrie Morrissey did. I mean, she gave immunity to Sarah Zachary, Dave Halls. What was the other one? Pickles. Pickles got immunity. Come on. You
I
tell
when
me
I
what's wrong with this picture.
when I saw the trial with Hannah, I was just starting this journey. Okay, one of my first covered lives was her verdict, and but I watched the trial, and I was like, how can you give out this immunity? One person, maybe, depending on what the evidence is, but I didn't think any of the evidence warranted the immunity, and that's what was important to me. By the way, Jules, am I too loud?
No, you're
Okay.
good.
Just my hearing aid. Okay. So for me, I was questionable about all of that immunity to begin with. It was like, okay, I have a target on this person's back, and I'm going to give everybody else immunity just to get this one person instead. Kristen says, Jules, there's a lesser included for mishandling or misuse of firearm. They can get her on that.
Uh, well, it's a question. Is there a lesser included?
Oh,
I
is
don't
there? Sorry.
know. I don't know if there is. However, if that does exist in New Mexico and the judge dismisses this case, even if she dismisses it with prejudice, I would think that the state could go and charge Hannah under that if that does in fact exist, which is something that I don't have an answer to.
Ronnie, if you're listening, can you do me a favor since that file disappeared? Probably my fault. Can you pull up the original charges for Hannah and see if that's included in the charge? That would be interesting to know. Thanks, love. If not, it's okay. So, um, this here seems just from what I've read that it's, I would say, probable that she's going to get one or the other, either a new trial or dismissal.
Yep.
Um, based. Oh yes, thank you. You're awesome. Thank you, Ronnie. I'll pull up my Discord. So that to me is paramount in all of this, and is the fact that, let me rephrase this. People are asking about Miss Morsi, and I use Miss very lightly, um, possibly getting disbarred or what can happen to her. First of all, it can take a year because they got to file the complaint, they got to do the investigation. Even though they can expedite it, it still can take almost a year for them to disbar her.
True. Now, what will get the Bar Association to hop on this a whole lot faster is if Judge Summer actually files the complaint.
I
When
think she would.
I don't know that she would. Not many judges will go that far. I mean,
Well, not
we
many judges would have done what she did. I mean, if you look at the
I know
statistic.
one judge that would. Judge Carroll would have.
Oh,
Now,
yeah.
and now, we were hoping that Judge Carroll would um, submit his thoughts, complaint, whatever, to the Bar Association when it came to Howard Hunter and Associates, but he has not. It takes a lot for a judge to make that step. Now, in Judge Carroll's case, however, I think one of the reasons why he has not done that and he won't do it is because he is looking to become an appellate judge. So, I think Judge Carroll is being very, very careful. But Judge Summer, that's a big leap for her to do. But if Bowles or Spiro, one of them make a complaint, yeah, it will eventually get to the Bar Association. But you're right, Ada, it will take a long time. In the meantime, though, I would think that the New Mexico State's Attorney's Office would ask for Carrie Morrissey to resign. I mean, she was a defense attorney and she was
But she's a special person. She's brought in. It's not like she's an acting DA.
She's not, but
so they can't ask her to resign from the DA.
I think they can withdraw her. I don't know.
They can withdraw her from the list of being a special DA.
Yeah. Yeah.
So this is interesting. My husband is a weaponsmith. I literally have the box kept rounds from the desert Southwest. They look just like the Starline brass rounds.
That's something, honey.
Does the fact that one case was civil and the other criminal have any factor with the judges? Well, yeah, I would assume.
No, it's not going to make a difference because one was criminal and one was civil, because unfortunately her rights were violated under Brady and Giglio. So if anything, it probably will have more standing because her case was a criminal case. My opinion. I don't know for sure, but that's my opinion.
Well, Kristen Raising Kelly Sue Kakapoo says with prejudice means they cannot be retried on anything to do with those charges. Therefore, HR conviction would be overturned without prejudice, and the lesser included could be filed. There is one.
Kristen is correct.
Yeah. So they can't go higher, but they can go lower. They can't file again for the same or higher, but they can file for a lesser.
Kristen is absolutely correct.
I think this state, if she gets dismissed, should tuck their tail between their legs, sit down, shut up, and move on.
Yeah, unfortunately, as much as I hate to see Hannah basically walk on this, but it is the right thing legally to do. Now, she can be sued civilly.
I think she already is.
You can't hear me?
Who, me?
Yeah, I thought I heard you say I can't hear you.
No, I think she is.
She has nothing. Okay.
But what they can do is put a lien on her, and when her father dies, who's got money, lien her inheritance.
I don't think so.
That's the way it is in Texas. If you have a verdict against you for monetary, say if I sue you and I win, but you don't have money now, we can put a lien against you. And when you receive inheritance or anything like that, anybody who has a lien will get paid before you do.
Well, then that's in Texas. I can tell you in Florida, you're protected. That's why so many people like OJ moved to Florida, so their monies could not be touched. And don't forget, he was sued for, what was it, $33 million?
Yeah.
So
it depends on the state.
Yeah. So
but in Texas, you can put a lien on somebody.
Well,
but you're right. He does live in a single wide trailer, but he chooses to live that way, not because he doesn't have the money. That's just the way he chooses to live.
No, the man definitely has the money. Um, he is not just nationally known, he is worldwide known as the best armorer in the business. And here's the thing, and I know people don't want to hear it, but it's just a fact. He trained her. Did he do a good job of training her? I don't know. I can't answer that. But anybody that hears Phil Reed is
Oh,
her father and she was
pops up.
trained by him, of course they're going to hire her. Yeah, of course they're
Good
going.
morning, Braxton.
Morning, Braxton.
Well, here's the thing. I can train you, test you, like in ASL. You go through the college, you can go through the training, you can do everything. You learn the code of ethics, you're tested, you pass, you get your certificate. But when you get out in the real world, I have no more control or influence. And if you go out there and break the code of ethics and get lazy and don't do what you're supposed to do, that's on you. I could have
Yeah,
trained you immaculately and you could have demonstrated to me immaculately. But then when you get in the real world and you get a little bit boastful and think you know all that because you got your certificate and you go out there and you misinterpret at a doctor's appointment and somebody dies because you got full of yourself and stepped away from the ethics and protocol, then that's on you.
I agree with you. However, though, your trainee, think about this, your trainee was hired because in your trainee's resume, they had AdaKay listed as their trainer, and AdaKay is in the top of the field in this. So somebody's going to say, we got to hire her. So they got hired based on your reputation, not that you would become involved in any misdoings that the person you trained did. But people are looking at it as, she was trained by the best. We should hire her. And that's
Exactly.
exactly what
She's
happened
riding
to
the
you.
coattails.
Yeah, that is
Well, but
exactly
here's
what she's
here's
doing.
one thing that I learned about the armor industry, unlike the ASL industry. If you, I mean, under the ADA law, you're qualified, not certified. But if you take the certification, even to exit college, I had to take a proficiency exam just to graduate. Okay. But in the armor business, there is no certification, qualification, training, expertise. There's very little um, certification guideline type things. It's basically, oh, I trained under so and I've worked on these sets, and then it goes. There's no national level certification that someone can get. I don't know. There's just to me for the type of industry you're in, you have that poor of educational qualifications. You're dealing with lives here.
Yeah. And
Braxton, you want to come in and chime in?
yeah, Braxton, come on in. We could use a man's point of view. Getting back to Phil Reed, though, and what you said about the date when the day comes that he passes, we don't know how his will is set up. For all we know
True.
is he's got everything that's being put in a trust. And if it's in a trust, it can't be touched.
Well,
So,
that's true too.
and if it's not, I'm sure given what has happened, I'm sure that's a step that he has taken. Um,
Braxton, the link is in Discord under a private chat.
but
I
you
don't
know,
disagree. There's ways to get around it, but I'm just saying that depends on the state, depends on the rules.
I will say this also: her career is over.
Definitely.
Even if the case gets dismissed with prejudice, whatever, that means that felony charge goes away and she would be allowed to handle firearms again. However, no one will hire her. No one. She has lost her career. It's over. She's got nothing. If this girl has an ounce of brains in her head and this goes her way, she better not come out acting like a cocky ass bitch. Sorry, because that's how she came across in her trial, especially those jailhouse phone calls, and not to mention her statement she gave during her sentencing. She showed no remorse. She was not contrite. She had an attitude. She needs to come out and be humble, take accountability, and find a new line of work.
You know, one thing someone said, I thought her family didn't have money. When you're in the industry, or like, for example, you're a physician or other professional that makes some kind of money, a lot of times you set up your finances and trust in other means. So you or if you are sued, they can't really get anything because everything's set up and you're protected. They can't take your home, they can't take your car, but everything's set up in a way that's not touchable. So if her father was smart, he has everything set up to where they're not touchable.
Yeah, I do believe that. I'm with you on that.
Yeah. So I could have $2 million sitting in a trust or in another kind of whatever. And I can stand there and say, I personally do not have any money. The trust has the money. The trust can allocate as it wishes, but I personally, in my personal bank account, have no money.
Exactly.
It just depends.
Right.
Well, I asked Braxton if he wanted to come on. Braxton, I put it in the Discord private chat. So if you want to come on, you're welcome. So do you want to keep reading?
Go ahead.
You've already heard this, right?
I have.
So if you have anything to chime in, please do.
Will do.
All right. Number 7, he had mentioned the anonymous hotline, that if there was something going on, why didn't anybody call the hotline? Alex Hancock had been cool. Oh, Braxton. Okay. Well, whenever you're ready, just hop in. Says he got 325 rounds from Tell Reed. Says sabotage could be anyone on set. It's a boys' club. Alec Baldwin trusts AD because he's a man. If she said she got pushed around, no one would disagree. She's got the experience. If she had ever come up with that kind of defense, I think, well, finally, you're going to be real about this thing. Okay, let's talk about that.
I'm not buying that.
I'm not buying it. Number one, if you are an expert and you grew up on sets, you're not going to be intimidated so easily.
Right.
Um, Number two, most 20-year-olds who have the power to stop a complete, I mean, she has equal power to the director. In fact, she has more power than the director. If she sees a safety issue that can harm anyone, she can stop shooting right then and there. More power. So
Absolutely.
she, I'm sorry, but when we were 20, let's think back and we had that kind of power. Do you think I'm going to let somebody push me around?
Me? No. I was a mom raising 3 boys at the time.
No,
Um, but
no.
but what I will say, Ada, is it was Sarah Zachary who had a real issue with her. So
Oh,
if
yeah.
if she felt like she was being targeted or picked on or whatever, by Sarah Zachary, I buy that. I buy that in it.
Oh, yeah,
in a heartbeat.
100%.
And Sarah Zachary had Seth Kenny in her back pocket and vice versa.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
No disagreement with you on that at all. Okay, if the camera crew didn't feel safe, well, then call the hotline. The camera crew walked off. And that's part of what led to the reason that the directors and producer were standing where they were standing, because normally they would not have been.
They would
Because
not.
the
And
monitoring
plus they would have
system
had,
and all of the camera stuff is usually set off to the side. They're sitting or standing. This camera is the only one they had. It had a little monitor, the only monitor they had. So they had to stand at the camera. Normally, there would not be. And if someone is, they had a shield. Well, guess what? All of that went with the camera crew. They should not have continued the production without that protection. I'm
correct.
not saying she deserved anything, either one of them, what they got. They did not. But let's look at all the facts. And the facts still remain. They chose to shoot without the protection. The box, I don't know what they call it, but it's a monitor, and
And
everything can be
it's
controlled.
got a bulletproof.
They have a bulletproof shield that goes, and all of that was gone.
Yeah.
And they put themselves in the line of, in the line by standing where they were standing. They knew where the degree of where that was going to go, whether he pulled the trigger or not. They
But
knew he
no
was
one
going to
knew
do
that
that.
there was a live round in the gun.
No one would have ever thought there was a live round
No.
in the gun. But my point is, there was more that went wrong than just the weapon. Okay. So the camera crew walked off because of all this. They had issues.
Yeah.
That, I think, is a part of what had happened. Now, they don't deserve it in any way, shape, or form, what had happened to them.
No.
But it was a contributing factor of
Yes.
what had happened.
Yes.
It's kind of suspicious to me if they got their hotels, they said wait, it's kind of suspicious to me if they got their hotels, would they have said they didn't feel safe? What?
There was talk. I cannot 100% confirm this, but there was talk that there were no hotel rooms provided for this film crew. That, in other words, it was coming out of their own pocket, and they were pissed about that. I can't confirm if that is true or not.
I heard the same thing.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
but we can't, even if it's true, we can't blame the film crew that walked
No.
off the set. We can't blame them.
They did what they had to do to protect themselves in a situation that they did not feel safe. And if they walked off set and took their equipment with them, then they should have halted, like Kristen said. They should have halted everything. But they didn't. They pushed forward.
Right.
He talks about Sarah's accidental discharge. Now, that we need to talk about. Sarah was super responsible and apologized to everyone. Hannah was trying to punch down Sarah for the accident as a discharge. Accidental discharge happened. Mentioned Tim McGraw, Daniel Craig, and Denzel having them. He told Hannah to let it go in Sarah's accident discharge. Well, let's talk about that. The issue was that, number one, Hannah is supposed to be around 100% of the time when a weapon of any kind like that is being handled, even by Sarah. Hannah
Right.
should have removed and secured all weapons before leaving. I understand we all got to go to the bathroom, but she would have been taught the proper way to quickly and safely secure so she could. And to have someone like Sarah loading weapons when she is not an armorer, you can't do that. Hannah should have been the only one loading and unloading. If she needed an assistant armorer, they needed to be a real armorer. Now, Sarah said that she had been an armorer on another set, but she was not trained. That was stupidity on that set. I couldn't believe they did it. But if I was Hannah, I would say props are for you. I need to have a personal assistant and I would fight for it. If I didn't get it, I would take a pay cut or I wouldn't do the job. Period. Pride set aside. Lives are at stake. But
I
Hannah
agree.
didn't do that.
I agree.
Number 15, as Hannah said, AD and Baldwin, how are you not making sure a 24-year-old armor has everything? Sorry,
Right.
has every ounce of support. First of all, let's talk about Baldwin. Baldwin had nothing to do with hiring Hannah.
That's right.
Baldwin had nothing to do with armorer. Baldwin's production was to put a little money in it, and he only got creative rights.
That's
He did
correct.
not have anything to do with hiring anyone on the set. We've talked about this before. Basically, if you switch the word from producer to manager, I think people would understand it better. You have a corporation of 5,000 people. You're going to have your CEO and president, your general managers, then your managers, and then you have your employees. Producers are like general managers. They hire the people below them, i.e., armor, props, etc., managers, and they hire their crews.
That's right. And if there's an issue on set, whether it be with crew members, even actors or whatever, it's the producer is the one, the main producer is the not the creative producer, but the actual producer. It's their job to iron out problems on the set. So
Right. You would not go to Baldwin to complain about another actor who is maybe pouring water near a camera,
yeah,
misbehaving.
right. You go to
Now,
the
they
producer.
do have production meetings,
Yes.
but when you are an actor slash producer, you may not be at all those meetings. I've talked to an actor locally. I asked him about this because if you were in costume and wardrobe, getting ready for the shoot for that day at the same time as the producer meeting, unless it has something to do with creative rights that Alec had, he would not necessarily be in on that meeting.
No, and the creative rights that he had was because number one, Joel Souza is the one who wrote the script.
Right.
Okay, they collaborated. Obviously, Alec was going to be the star in this movie, and that's where his creative rights as a creative producer came in. Like, remember when they showed the shooting scene where he was on the ground and rolled over, and then he's like, "Okay, let's do it again. Let's do it this way." But that is Alec Baldwin in the during that particular incident. That's where Alec Baldwin's creative producer
Producer came
job
in.
came in. And everybody was making a big, this big thing about it during her trial. But see, they wouldn't have been able to go down that road had his trial continued because the judge said him being a creative producer is not relevant and is not coming in.
Right. See, between shoots, he can step in the producer role, but while actively shooting or practicing, he's in the actor role. And that's difficult to have both positions. I do not agree with the way he was waving around the lead shooter. I get it, but that was her job to say, Mr. Baldwin, let me have that while we're between. Actually, it was her job to go up to him the moment that scene ended and retrieve the weapon because
That,
she had to reload it. Number one,
yeah.
check to make sure that the barrel was clear and safe because as he's rolling on the ground with dust and gravel and whatnot, can get in the barrel. So it's her responsibility to immediately, and this was in her trial, as soon as that camera stopped, she's supposed to go retrieve it.
Yes.
When they get ready for the next go, she hands it to him. And she didn't go up to him. She just let him lay there and do whatever. That's on her. Very big blurred lines between job and policies. Nanny Goat, you're right.
They did.
Okay.
And that I would imagine that happens a lot, Nanny Goat. But let's take Kevin Costner as an example. The first one that comes to my head is Dancing with Wolves. He was not just the actor, he was the director and the producer of that film. And he managed to do it all. And he did it great with no problems on set. Well, not that we're aware of, but that wasn't the only movie. I can't think. He's done several, Kevin Costner, where he was director, producer, and actor all at the same time. Now and Denzel Washington is another one who has directed, produced, and acted all in the same film. So there are people that can do it and do the job well. And then there are people that, well, maybe they shouldn't be taking on so much. Now, Alec Baldwin was not a director on this film. And again, he was just a creative producer. His main thing was acting. So I know I'm comparing apples to oranges, so it doesn't really matter much. But Natty Goat is right when they say the blurred lines of jobs and politics. Yeah, they did. Hi, Braxton.
Hello, Braxton.
Good morning. Well, it's morning for me.
It's after.
Love the background.
Yep.
Okay, we're gonna pop you up full, so I want to see it big. I want to see it in big and that's
Looks
fabulous.
Great. Looks
right?
Great.
You look professional, dude.
Got a green screen and everything.
I want to do something like that, but not. I don't want. I want something funky because I'm funky.
So,
well, how do you like my mood?
Oh, I love yours.
I love it. Yeah.
So, Jules.
Yeah, but I'm kind of greenish.
Yeah.
How's the color?
It's not bad. It's.
I've seen
the
a lot
color
worse.
itself. The color itself is not bad, but the background does. I agree. It looks really cool.
He got a little. We had to push him into this.
Yeah.
So Braxton, you were going to say something to me. What was it?
I was. So if you want to get a green screen, don't pay for one. Just don't. Go to Walmart or a store in the fabric section. Get the greenest green you can find, and fabric-wise, and there you go. Like, let me go ahead and.
What?
By the way, my backdrop. Where do
you get the picture from? How does that?
Online. I just found it online. I looked
Yeah,
for Zoom backgrounds.
I'm not tech savvy.
No. Do you know what I do with mine? My backdrop? It's not on the stand. I have a staple gun. It's a hammer, and I just stapled it because when you pull it away from the walls, the holes are so small, people won't see it. And it's hanging from the ceiling.
Huh.
Backdrop stand just added too much space. I just stapled it up there. So, but go ahead. Let's talk about the case, Mr. Braxton. You're so far into this. What do you think?
So I got here about an hour late. So I missed half of it. What's their argument? Have they gotten to their argument on why they need a new trial yet?
Yep.
Okay, what are they saying? Just quick rundown. Does it make any sense?
That the evidence was held. Miss Morrissey hit it. The same thing they did for Baldwin.
Yeah,
Okay.
and Popple and Hancock. Yeah, they're calling them all out on it. And I mean, Braxton, you may disagree, but it's a valid argument for them to make. However, it also came out in these documents that he was aware of the ammo that the quote unquote Good Samaritan turned in. And there's an email exchange with Morrissey and him, and Morrissey is telling him about it and saying, it's not the same. It doesn't appear to be the same, but if you want, you could have it checked yourself. We're not, because it's not the same. So, she lied to him there. But here's I'm not going to give her 100% blame here. He has to take accountability for his own actions as well. As Hannah's attorney, he should. That was his job. You don't take what the prosecutor, the special prosecutor, is telling you at their word. You just don't do that. That's not your job. Your job is to defend your client to the best of your ability, and he should have asked for that ammo and received it to be tested.
Indy Bridges says, I thought Daryl's friend brought the ammo to the police station after. Well, wait a minute. There was phone calls during, there were emails and pictures sent and communication. So she knew about it before the end of trial.
Yes. And it was before the end of trial, because Hancock even testified saying, well, I couldn't, because he brought it to the courthouse first while the trial was ongoing, and was told that Hancock was in the courthouse. He left the message for Hancock. She never followed up. So what did he do? He went to the police department, and then he turned it in over there. Hancock still didn't show up, but Popple did. Popple showed up. And so, yes, the Good Samaritan is a friend of Thel Reed's, but at the time, they didn't know that. And that's why they referred to him as the Good Samaritan. And it was only until Carrie Morrissey got called out by Mr. Spiro in the Alec Baldwin case, does she admit, well, it wasn't a Good Samaritan, it was Thel Reed's friend. Like that.
Exactly.
Make a difference. All right, I'll shut up now.
No, I'm agreeing. We're agreeing.
Yeah,
we're good. Keep going.
This is a mess.
That's the deal, But Bowles, I'm sorry, he did not represent his client to the best of his ability, or was it to the best of his ability? Is that the kind of attorney I still don't even know if he is a public defender? Was he court appointed, or was he actually hired? I have no idea what.
I do.
Tell Braxton.
He's pro bono.
Aha.
You get what you don't pay for.
Well, yes. I didn't think he was actually. Did you remember the trial? How disengaged he was?
Mm-hmm.
He was very disengaged. So
Just during
I
that
don't
trial.
have any confidence in him.
No, he
I
missed.
thought she should have filed a complaint against the attorney.
When
Yeah.
I was
Honestly.
watching the trial and it was his turn to cross, you guys, if you would have seen me, you would have been like, what the F is she doing? I had better questions under cross-examination than he did. I'm like, why isn't he asking this? Why aren't you objecting? There were so many times that he should have objected. And he let Carrie Morrissey walk all over him. But so did Judge Summer. So did Judge Summer.
Well, the interesting thing is he would get a good response to the question, but he needed a follow-up. He never did any follow-through. Or he didn't get the answer he wanted. He just moved on. I'm all like, bye, Nanny, go see you later. I was like, really?
Yeah.
Follow-up. Hello? Hello? Anybody home in there? Wake up,
maybe
dude.
An objection.
Do your job.
Maybe actually say objections.
Not much.
Well, Judge Summer did not allow speaking objections. Same thing with Judge Bev. Didn't allow speaking objections, which I think is a load of crap. But however, Carrie Morrissey had no problems with violating what the judge wanted done in her courtroom. He did not. He would stand up and say, Your Honor, can we approach? And there's Carrie Morrissey, running off at the mouth from her table to the bench. And I mean, she was nothing but theatrics. That's all she had was theatrics, in my opinion.
I agree.
Yeah.
But there were so many times, I was in RA's chat and everyone's screaming objection. And he's just looking off into space, just maybe even falling asleep, just daydreaming.
Did you think his heart was in it?
No.
Yeah, me either.
He didn't care.
I don't think he did either.
Here's the thing. Like I said, it was pro bono. Don't get me wrong. Pro bono is fantastic. I will never rag on anyone for doing pro bono because people need it. But you need to be a decent lawyer while you're being pro bono.
Or at least give the appearance that you're a decent lawyer.
Yeah, exactly. There has to be something there.
Yeah.
But honestly, I'm afraid if she gets another trial and Bowles does it again, we already know it's not going to work. Bowles cannot run this trial and have it work.
No. Even though he now has information that he did not have before, and no, this is really no disrespect to Bowles. Well, maybe it is. I don't know. But even given all the information he has now, if he doesn't utilize that properly, she's going to find herself back in jail.
Yep.
So he needs if he's going to continue, he needs to bring on a co-counsel that can share these duties. And listen, this is one thing I'll say. Bowles was definitely very good at arguing motions.
Mm-hmm.
He's not good. His strength is not in cross-examination or even direct examination. But arguing a motion, the guy is spot on. So if he's going to continue, he needs to bring on a co-counsel who is who's spot on when it comes to direct examination and cross-examination. Let Bowles handle the motions.
Yeah. You remember there was co-counsel at the beginning, right?
Yeah, but I don't know the thing. I don't know the backstory to this, but there was something that happened between Hannah and the co-counsel. And the co-counsel, she said, I don't want co-counsel near me. Don't talk to me. Don't look at me. I do not know what took place, but something took place.
Right. And I think that might have killed the trial.
Maybe.
They probably had trial strategy around both lawyers. They probably had a strategy going in that Bowles could not execute on his own.
That's
Ronnie,
a good point.
I don't know, Ronnie. I think that may have been part of the charges in her case. I don't know though. I don't really remember because it's been so long. It's been what, 6 months, 5 months, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Ohio,
4
my
months.
mom says, wasn't Bowles reading off his phone?
Yes.
I was like, you should know this particular argument off the cuff. You should. You should know it. This is not something that you should have to read, period.
You're right. And they should have a heads up as to what's coming. Now, he didn't. So I'm going to give 50% blame to him for not being well prepared or knowledgeable for what he was going to be facing next. But I'm going to assign the other 50% to Carrie Morrissey because she was being underhanded and did shady shit. Oops, sorry. Did
That's
shady
okay.
stuff. And so, you know, Bowles wasn't equipped to handle the likes of a Carrie Morrissey.
I don't think he knew how to deal with Carrie Morrissey. Like, I don't think he's ever been up against a lawyer that is as
aggressive,
yeah, as Carrie, because she just walked all over him. She looked at him and she's like, all right, lay down on the floor real quick. Okay, I need to use you as a bridge. Like,
I'm going to eat you for lunch and you're going to enjoy it.
Exactly.
Bye.
Yeah.
So doesn't Hannah still have to go to court for having a pew-pew
I don't
in a public place?
So.
Yes.
She does?
Yes.
I thought that was incorporated. Okay. Well.
Nope. This is why she did not want to testify at Baldwin's. 2-part. 1, she's in an appeal. Anything she says can and will be used against her. 2, she has another case that's open.
I think everything's going to go away for her. That
I don't think that one, that's separate.
Yeah. But that can't be a big charge.
Yeah.
It is a good charge.
It is?
She'll get time served.
Not for the second one. It has nothing to do with this.
I think Judge Summer is gonna go easy. I do.
That might be in her court. That may be in another court. Where's the charge? What jurisdiction is that charge in?
I don't know.
I don't either.
Know.
Ronnie, if you hear, you asked it. Can you please try and find it? My wonderful Maud. She's my research queen.
Good.
But and the thing is an armor. See, if you have a license to carry a lead shooter, one of the biggest rules is you cannot carry that concealed into any business that derives 50 or more, or 51% of their income off the sale of alcohol. I can go into a restaurant that has a bar service, but I can't go into a bar, just strictly bar, if they make the majority of their income through the sale of alcohol. And that's what she did. And she carried it into a bar. That's a huge no-no.
Things
If
are
you have
very
a
different.
license to carry, you will lose it for that.
Things are very different here in Florida. I could tell you that.
What does that mean?
That means you can be in a bar with a concealed weapon. I've seen it over and over and over because my people are biker people. And Hannah has a selection hearing on November 13th, 8:30 for Vordaer. I'm still looking for more. Thank you, Ronnie.
You are awesome, Ronnie. I need to send you a Starbucks if you like Starbucks.
And you need to star that in your calendar or something, so that's something we can, keep track of when the time comes.
How do you like my calendar?
Good.
That's half a year.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
So I just looked it up. So the carrying a firearm in a prohibited establishment is classified as a 4th-degree felony.
Okay.
That's a low felony.
That's a low felony, but it's still a felony. You still won't be able to have a
I'm
gun.
going to Google 4th-degree felony carries one to 3 years.
Mm-hmm. She could get more time on that than she could for the charge she just got. Can you imagine?
I bet a plea deal is gonna come.
Yeah, but they cannot apply the time that she served for this case on that case.
No.
True, but I think whoever the judge is going to be isn't going to want to deal with the publicity surrounding it, all the nonsense, all of that. I think if they make a plea deal to look at what they gave Dave Halls. They gave Dave Halls 6-month, probation.
Unsupervised.
Unsupervised probation. So, I could see them if the
thank you, Zach.
If the Rust trial gets dismissed with prejudice, so technically and legally, those charges never existed for her. So then this charge now becomes her first offense. So I could see them giving her probation just to make it go away.
Yeah,
I don't disagree with that. Don't at all.
I don't know if this matters, but if she might still have her first offender status. I'm trying to figure out if she would lose her first offender status.
Right now, under these conditions, she lost her first offender
Well,
status.
yeah.
But
if it gets dismissed and overturned.
If it gets dismissed with prejudice, meaning she never could be charged again, which means that those charges, she's no longer a convicted felon. It's gone. It's goodbye, which now makes this one a first offender status.
Exactly.
And I think a judge isn't going to want to deal with it.
I have somebody who asked me personally, and I thought it was a good question. I wonder, they said, if she can sue them for all of her
For malicious
court time and everything if it's dismissed with prejudice. Zach, you're awesome. Welcome. Good to see you. And by the way, that was a beautiful fish you caught. Okay, this is a different judge. Judge T. Glenn Ellington will be the judge for Hannah in New Mexico.
Thank you, Ronnie.
Ronnie's so good.
I just don't think the judge is going to want to deal with it. And I think that if the prosecutor, whoever was going to be prosecuting that particular case, and whoever her lawyer may be at the time, they may come together and come up with a plea deal that would satisfy. I mean, put her on probation for, a year. You can't have firearms, pay a fine, throw community service at her, whatever, and be gone. And I think a judge would agree to that.
I don't disagree with you on that, but there was something I was going to say earlier and I forgot. Let's go back to the case that we're dealing with today. There were phone calls that were recorded that I watched that somebody got their hands on and played on YouTube, where she talks about becoming an armor again after all this is said and done.
Yeah,
I've
seen it.
She can in Texas. Well, I don't know for sure. I'm assuming. If, for example, you committed a crime using a computer and the judge says you cannot own a computer. Okay? You did a computer crime. You can't have a computer in your home, but you have to work. Now, at your place of employment, they're computers. Now, you have to be able to touch those. They can put a managing program on there to monitor your usage. Hannah could potentially be able to handle weapons on a set if she's under the supervision of an armorer.
But here's the thing. After all of this, no one is going to hire her. No one.
I don't disagree. But I'm saying that's how I think her mind is spinning. How can I be an armorer again?
She can think that all she wants. That very well may be true. But the bottom line is no one is going to put their money on her ever again. No one.
And if they do, they're stupid.
Yeah.
But she could work under her father. Her father would.
That's true. You're right. But
at his age, is he still?
No, actually, he's not. What he's doing now is he's not acting. Acting is the wrong word. He's not currently active in armorer duties. What he's doing is overseeing and advising armorers on set, but he is no longer in that capacity.
Which he's an expert consultant. And if Hannah wanted to get a job on a movie set and they were willing to hire her, but she'd have to have him present, he would do it.
He would do it, but I don't.
I'm not saying they would actually do it, but I'm just saying her mind is in prison spinning and saying, oh my gosh,
Even with Daddy on set, I don't think anybody, if he, even as well respected as that man is, I think somebody would politely decline if he was to say, by the way, my daughter Hannah will be assisting me. Yeah, it's not going to fly.
There have only been 2 deaths in Hollywood due to pew-pews, right?
And the first one wasn't even an ammo.
Yeah.
It was debris in the chamber.
Yeah, it was a lodged bullet that was in the chamber from a dummy round, I believe, that
a piece
pulled apart. Yeah.
But with John Eric Hexum,
Mhm.
His was actually an actual blank, the cotton thing, but he held it right here, joking around, and he pulled it.
That force has to go somewhere. Think about what pushes a projectile out of that barrel. There's a lot of force still there. That force is going to go to whatever's in front of it.
Yeah.
If that is
That's why the rules
your
as to
head,
distance. You have to be even with blanks. You cannot be closer than X number of feet. And unfortunately, in this case with Baldwin, they were within that,
but it
even
wouldn't have
if it was
mattered.
a blank.
Like, yeah. Like,
Lynn, was it Lynn LNSE says, "Hi, Zach." I don't know how to say that.
Lynn in South
Lynn,
Carolina?
huh?
Lynn in South Carolina?
Lynn in South Carolina. Okay. My
Maybe.
dyslexia is kicking in big time today.
Well, you're
And I'm
trying
not
to
making
read
fun of it.
this.
Someone thought I was using dyslexia as an excuse and nailed me in private. I went chat and I said, "No, I am certifiably dyslexic. When I go to college, which I'm going back in the fall, I don't take tests written. I take them verbally. So it's legit." Okay, let's go back up here.
You
Sarah
don't
was
have to explain yourself to anyone, Ada.
Right.
I know, but I share with you guys. So if I say something wrong and you see it, you're more than welcome to correct me. But Sarah was collateral damage. He told her he would find her an adult armorer. Hannah came out strong. She was pushed around by Baldwin and AD. Props department needed every ounce of support. Says sabotage is BS. Several of these statements are new and different and would have been critical in the cross examination of Kenny. All of this up between 1 and 20 was said in the interview that was done at the SO office. Okay. Would have been crucial in cross examination of Mr. Kenny, including to show Ms. Gutierrez-Read experience. The allegations of her being unsafe were not something Mr. Kenny ever heard. That props and armor needed more support. That's if the camera crew and others did not feel safe, they should have called the hotline. Most critically, he said he received 325 rounds from Thel Reed, which is important because the ammo can be found at the shop of PDQ, where found empty during the search. Let's talk about that.
I'm
The
telling
search
you.
warrant was served at a very distant time later.
Yeah.
And they could have
And
easily.
by Hancock,
Yeah.
okay, by Hancock,
Right.
who they have now, by this time, developed a very close
Friendship.
relationship.
Yeah. But I find it interesting here that there is no way, after the pictures that I saw, and I wish I had them up here to show you, but I don't. The pictures that were showed in court, Ronnie, the picture that was sorry, Ronnie, I'm giving you a hard time, but I love you. You're awesome. The pictures that were showed in court that showed the condition of the PDQ office and how all the ammo was being organized and stored. Now, I have no problem with people putting ammo in a Ziploc bag and labeling it what the ammo is. That's fine. But having mixed ammo in Ziploc bags, that place looked like somebody just walked in and threw boxes and bags and containers. Boxes were on the shelf, falling off the shelf. It was the most unorganized place I had ever seen.
I look around
Very easy to get alive, mixed up with dummies and blanks if there's no organization.
And this is why speculation warning right here. It's my opinion. This is why I believe that Seth Kenny is responsible for live ammo getting on that set. And I think that the minute he heard about what happened on set, he immediately inserted himself into the investigation. And I do not believe, again, speculation on my part, I do not believe for a minute that it was to aid and assist in what actually happened. I believe this was purely, he went into, I need to cover my ass mode. That's where I stand on Seth Kenny.
I 100% agree. Like, I was just thinking about it. For me, if I knew I was the reason that live ammo got on that set, I'd want to be as close to the investigation as possible without making myself a suspect or too big of a suspect. I want to get a really close relationship with the police so they think I am their best person. Like, this is just at the end of the day, if you're committing a crime or you committed a crime that you now need to cover up. But also, don't you think that literally the day this happened, he would have gone and ripped apart his entire business and find every single live round and get rid of that?
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, that would have been literally the first thing I did.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have talked to any, because I would have known there was a search warrant coming. Like, that is obvious.
Well, of
There's a
course
search warrant
he
coming.
knew because he had an in with Hancock.
I mean, even before that.
And least us not forget who was the first person that Sarah Zachary contacted? Seth Kenny. And what did Seth Kenny tell her? Shh. Shh. Don't tell anybody. Shh. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that there's a really good chance that it was him. And they managed to botch the investigation so badly that he'll
never be charged.
No. Like, if you look at it from this specific perspective of he did it all kind of fits into place. Like, you got, where did this ammo come from? All of this stuff. It's like,
I think that they were so blinded by the fact that it was Alec Baldwin that actually shot it, that they had tunnel vision. That's who they wanted. Big case, big name, high profile actor. And they bought into Seth Kenny hook, line, and sinker.
Exactly.
Probably threw him under the bus. Him and, well, yeah, we know he threw Hannah under the bus. But you've got to think he immediately threw Alec under the bus to save himself. Like, when you have someone that is your best witness and your best aid, you don't really want to get rid of them.
No, you're right.
And if they're helping you get what you want, which is Baldwin, why do we need to look into that any further? We know who we want.
Ada, can you please highlight Ohio? Thank you. You read my mind. He comes across as not credible at all, and he was steering the investigation. I 100% agree with that. He not only did it in Baldwin, he had complete control at Hannah's trial. Complete control.
Yeah.
And I said it then. I said there's something really shady about this guy.
Do you think it is possible at this point in the juncture that they can start reinvestigating
No.
and potentially find any evidence that can lead to an actual conviction
No,
for the
no,
families of the victims?
no, no.
I didn't
And
think so either. I'm just asking.
I'll tell you why, and then
Hey.
let Braxton jump in on this. Because if they were to do that, say they decided, okay, we found evidence to say that live ammo came from your company and blah 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 blah, and they put him on trial. Everything that took place in her trial and Baldwin's trial, he'll have a top-notch attorney. It won't even get in front of a judge because all the pretrial hearings are going to be motions that his lawyers are going to say this is, it's tainted evidence, it's this, it's that, it's not credible. Oh, wait a minute though. Didn't you previously charge someone else for the same crime? And they were found, it was dismissed or whatever. Yeah, no, it's my opinion. No. Braxton, what say you?
There's too much evidence that was both destroyed and lost. Like, there's no chance. You cannot have a true trial with what he probably intentionally steered away from and got rid of. Like, I can't imagine how much evidence he managed to get swept under the rug.
Oh.
Like, think about that. We saw a lot of evidence. Imagine how much evidence was there and was made disappear by prosecutors, police, Seth Kenny.
Well, even just as big as Sarah disposed of the box of ammo that probably the live rounds came out of.
And he had security cameras at his place of business at PDQ, but all of a sudden, what was it?
Karen Reed trial?
A week ago, he said, well, it gets recorded over.
There
was a search warrant. Papa
but they
was
do.
supposed to collect the security camera footage, and she never even bothered to check.
That's true.
She never bothered to check. So we have Seth Kenny's word that it was recorded over.
How long was the search warrant after the incident?
I honestly
it was a long
remember. I
it was more than a week.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're not talking months.
I don't know,
so.
but I'll be honest. I have a camera We have them here at the shop and on my home. And if I do not save the event, okay? So I had an event that happened outside my home, and the police contacted me that day. I had it because it's first 24 hours, it's guaranteed. But had they come back 2 weeks later, if I didn't save that event, it gets recorded over. Okay?
Yeah.
Mine doesn't get
when the memory goes out,
it just disappears after 7 days.
Yeah, it's technically the same thing, but with business ones, you're looking at about 6 months of data. You're looking at probably 6 months of recordings in a
even
business.
the Ring.
Ring, no.
See, we have Ring here, and we're business.
Yeah. Well,
so it depends on the system.
I'm saying usually with a closed circuit CCV, or CCTV, like a really professional one that you buy for specifically security cameras. They have, depending on your hard drive storage and the resolution, all that kind of stuff, you could have probably 6 months of recorded footage.
But so what did he have? If he's cheap and had a Ring system, he ain't gonna have it.
Exactly.
I have the Arlo security cameras. Okay, they run off of Wi-Fi. Now, the videos are automatically on my computer for 7 days, and then once it reaches day 8, it goes away. But I have the option, but because I can't afford it, for like $9.99 a month,
Mhm.
I can pay that monthly fee, and every single thing that goes on that my cameras catch,
Mhm.
Arlo has it saved
On the
in.
cloud.
Yes, and then so if I ever needed something from a specific day and time, all I have to do is contact them and say, "Hey, pull this, send it to me. I need it." But yeah, I can't afford $9.99 a month, and I know that's cheap, but hey, it is.
Yeah.
Well, and the thing is if you're not a business, anything that's happened, you're going to know within 7 days.
Mhm.
But we do not have a big thing. We use Ring. We're small
Mhm.
business.
Yeah.
But
But
doesn't
if
Ring give
anything
you that?
happens, we know.
But
Mhm.
doesn't
He
Ring
would have known.
But doesn't Ring also give you that option? Because I
Yeah.
remember when I was married, we had Ring at our
Yep.
home, and there was a monthly fee we would pay, and Ring saved everything.
Yeah,
Mhm.
but we don't have it because where we are, there's a lot of cameras on the outside, and anything that would happen, we would know
Okay.
before 7 days is up. We'd know almost immediately.
Yeah.
So the thing is, it's just for our protection if someone comes in and tries to rob us. But
Mhm.
if he had our system, he's correct. If he is an armor and has lead shooters, he may be required to have a higher quality system. We don't
Yeah.
know.
That's personally why I'm not even considering he had Ring or Arlo. Like,
Right.
because I've set up camera systems for businesses. I've set up like entire CCTV networks. I have set up personally. So we used one that you have to put in a server, whole load of stuff.
Yeah.
And you have all of these hard drives that just contain up to years of data. Like I think that we had it set so they could hold 1 year of footage before it started to write over it. And even then, what we could do is if they needed to keep that data, all that footage, they could just pull out those drives that had the storage on them and put new ones in.
Yeah.
So you don't have to lose any data.
And
Like,
I would think that someone in the business that he's in would have like the best security system ever,
yeah,
because I mean, there's a potential that if someone knows what PDQ is and what was stored there, could break in and steal stuff and go on some kind of crime spree with it. So
exactly.
I didn't buy what he had to say.
Right? Like, and here's the thing. Imagine that one gun goes missing in that mess of chaos. And if someone actually took it, how would you know? But all of a sudden, this gun starts committing crimes. And this gun is found at a crime scene.
Right.
Where'd it go? How'd it get there? Oh, sorry. Yeah, our security system only records for 7 days.
Yeah.
Like, who knows when this gun could have disappeared?
That guy is
Like,
shady. Hey, Braxton, did you see the message from Alyssa in the
yeah.
chat? Okay.
Like,
Just checking.
yep. And so, like, the place I did it for is I shouldn't talk about what they actually do, but they do IT.
Okay.
Very specialized IT. And it requires them to keep up to a year of footage. It requires it because imagine that some bad hacker comes in and does something tiny, well, all of a sudden, that tiny thing turns out that he actually put a malicious file on a server, but we don't find out until 6 months later, and all of a sudden it's causing problems. We can go back and find it. Like,
Yeah.
that is the level that he should be keeping. Like, there is no reason for him to have a security system that deletes that quickly. And I'm sorry, if he has it set to delete that quickly, because on these systems, you can choose when you want it to delete. And I want to know how long he has it set to.
And if he changed that setting, and
Exactly.
when.
Bingo.
Exactly.
Bingo.
Yup.
Bingo.
Just
I'm going to go
saying.
get water real quick. So
Well, yeah.
I will be right back.
Yeah, but I don't think anything's going to come out of this with Seth Kenny. It's sad, but I don't think so.
Yeah. Well, I really struggle with PDQ a lot because sorry, I'm running another cup of decaf coffee if you hear it.
I wonder if his business, after all of this, if his business is still thriving.
I'm sure it is.
You think?
I think so.
Okay.
He may have lost a few people, but I don't think he's lost everybody and everything. Something we can look up. Okay, several of these statements are new and different and would have been critical cross-examination. We read that. Mr. Kenny also represented on Friday, July 12th, 24, hearing that he brought back 50 to 100 rounds with him to New Mexico and no explanation as to where they went. The other thing is, the state also made repeated points at trial about gun being left unattended. Let's go back to the Mr. Kenny statement representing that Friday, July 12th hearing that he brought back 50 to 100 rounds with him to New Mexico and no explanation as to where they went. But then in the Baldwin trial, he stated that they went in a bin in the bathroom because they had nowhere else to store it. And then he said, but I don't recall when and how they got back. Now, I call BS on that because you know exactly when and how they got back. You know.
In that mess, I don't know. I'll be honest.
Well,
I can see him not knowing.
If he would have said, I drove them back, but I made multiple trips, I can't remember which one, I would have respected that.
Yeah.
But he didn't start off with that.
Oh,
he
no.
came to that only after he was crossed and redirected again. That's when he finally said, well, maybe because I made multiple trips. But he didn't present with that.
All right.
If he had presented with that, I would have been more accepting.
Looking at the pictures of that armory,
of
that building, there is no sorting system. There is no organizing system. There is no tracking system. If they lost a gun, I don't think they would know. And I think that could be negligence.
And I
Definitely.
think Braxton is right.
Yep. I think
so he doesn't want to say.
Like if it's able to be proved that, well, live rounds were there, but you don't know where. You don't know what boxes, you don't know what bags, you don't know. I'm sorry, that's enough negligence for me.
Exactly.
Like, by far. Just not knowing if you had live rounds in there. Like, if you could prove there were live rounds in that building.
Yep.
and he didn't know exactly what they were, where they were, along with every other piece of ammo.
Yep.
That's negligence. That is, he should lose his
Negligence.
license.
And who doesn't keep, especially with that kind of business, who doesn't keep detailed inventory? Who doesn't keep that?
Anyone whose office looks like that.
Exactly.
I mean, I'm not kidding.
I know you're not. No, you're not.
Like, okay, I used to work in a my last job, I used to work in an IT help desk. We had so much equipment around our office, we had no inventory. Like, literally, we would be in the same situation they were in. Like, if someone was like, hey, where is this laptop? It's like, no idea. And that's a problem.
You think? Much?
Hey, we need to know where this computer is. It might have data on it. It may have been wiped. It may have been sent back out. We have no idea. And that is negligent. Doing that with a gun, firearms, or whatever it is. Are we 2 hours in yet?
We're 2 hours in, and that's okay. She blew it out of the water at 53 minutes. So
Really?
we're good. I'm going to keep talking. I'm listening.
Yeah. Okay. So I think that the fact that I don't remember if they were able to prove any live rounds were in there, but I feel like by extension, the fact that things that he had in his possession at one point were live round or had live rounds in them, green ammo can. Because the green ammo can was at his office, right? At one point?
Yes, you're right.
Okay. And that had live rounds in it, right?
Right. Correct.
Okay. So,
but
frankly, that's enough for me. That is almost enough for me.
Then it was empty. Then the green ammo thing had nothing in it. That man has a lot of explaining to do, but we're not going to get it.
Yeah. I think one of the reasons that office looked the way it did is because he went through every nook and cranny to find every live round of ammunition.
I think you're right.
Like, I think that boxes were on the floor, guns were everywhere.
Don't forget, within minutes after what happened on set, Sarah Zachary called him.
Yeah.
So he was basically one of the first people to know before law enforcement ever got to the set.
Yeah, and he'd have days to go through every box, every bag, every can of ammo. And here's what's more important to me that would take a lot of time that he had time to do is he would have to go through every firearm to make sure there is nothing in any of those magazines or chambers. What if there was a live round in one of those and the police found it? That would be literally my worst nightmare.
I have a question for Ada and for Braxton. What did you think about his testimony on July 12th when he said, when he was transporting these bullets to the set and that they were all rusty and dirty and he sat and he slept in his car because he had live ammo and all of that stuff in there, and that he hand polished each and every bullet and then put them back in the styrofoam casing.
Okay, before you answer, I'm going to see if you can get a little closer to your mic because I'm starting to, starting to lose your sound.
Okay.
Okay. I'm
Go
going to
on.
let Braxton touch that, but I actually have a friend who's an armor, and that night I called him. He
Okay.
builds guns and he does ammo and stuff. So I called him. So I'll let you guys. I'm going to let Braxton go first, and then I'll answer.
So I think that that's awfully convenient. Convenient for him to have touched every bullet and been like, "Oh no, it was fine. I made sure I was polishing each of them. They were all dummies." Yep, I was able to tell all of them. I checked every single one. Yeah.
Did you
You
buy
ready for
it?
me?
Did you
No.
buy it, Braxton? Okay.
No.
Okay. Go ahead, Ada.
I half bought it. Let me explain
Okay.
why. Say I go to a range.
Yeah.
And I am in a dusty, our range, we have a range that's an outdoor range, and we are in Texas. It is gravel, it's dusty, and I say I drop or knock off my box of ammo. I am not going to put that through my weapon until I make sure it's clean. Okay. So if they're out in Texas, 1883, out of range, and I think it's one of two ranges, so I know both of those ranges or know of them, they would have unclean ammo.
Okay.
Blanks, live, or indifferent.
Okay.
He, as an armor, has to ensure that if he is going to reuse that, meaning it wasn't used up, it was there, but it's still usable, he has to ensure that it's clean and is not going to jam in a weapon and cause injury. That is due diligence on his part and required.
Okay.
So, do I not believe that he didn't do that? I believe he did.
Okay.
But sleeping in the car, if he had so much in that vehicle and he was the only one in the vehicle and couldn't unload it himself in a very reasonable and safe manner, because once again, let's talk about safety. People probably know what he does. And if he's there at midnight, 11 o'clock at night, the vehicle's open, and he's having to go from the vehicle to indoors, he can't secure both. So I don't disbelieve he potentially could have slept in the vehicle.
Okay.
Because what happens is if he takes a box and walks into his building and someone goes and they steal and they take that and it ends up harming a police officer, child, or whatever, he's responsible.
Yeah.
So do I believe that that's potentially the truth? Yes. Do I believe there's room for it not to be the truth? Yes.
Yeah,
but it's not out of the realm of possibility for me.
I don't believe it's true, but I respect your opinion.
I agree with you, and I think it could be true. And I think that he would have done that. I think that that is absolutely.
But did he do it then? I don't know.
Did he do it then, or was that just really convenient?
Or is that something he's stating that he's done in the past that just fits the scenario?
Really convenient. It's like, well, yeah, I've done this in the past, so I checked every single one.
I know people who go to gun shows. We're after 2 hours. And they sleep in the vehicle with their stuff.
Yeah.
They don't, unless they can get it into the facility and get it out of their vehicle during the day, and then they go back to the hotel and there's nothing in their car. I have seen them when you go up early before it opens and they're not set up, they're sleeping in the car, some of them.
Yeah. Like, it's the only
However,
thing you can do.
I find it convenient.
I find everything that Seth Kenny did very convenient.
Like, I bet you anything that as soon as it happened, he first went around and found all the live ammo to make sure there was none. Then he called a very, very high-priced lawyer and said, hey, what is this? This is what I've got. What do I do? What can I say? What can I say? This is what I want to do. Blah 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 blah.
Yep.
That's what I would have done. I would have found out everything that I can and can't say, what will absolutely screw me if I say, or whatever. Like, what do I want to avoid being a part of?
Yep. Exactly.
Like, it's just human nature. Like,
yep. Okay, let's go through a little further. The state also made repeated points at trial about the guns being left unattended. Yet, in this previously undisclosed interview, Kenny said that the sheriff confused real with prop weapons. That didn't bother me much.
no.
Kenny also made conflicting statements on sabotage. This was favorable. How do you say this?
Giglio
Information that the state suppressed, and that was material. The failure to produce this statement is clear violation of Rule 5-501. Revising the defendant's first-degree murder and other convictions and remanding for new trial, the state failure under Rule 5-501, disclosure defendant's arrest records prior to trial, error not cured. Okay, what was that about?
Reversing defendants.
This doesn't draw straight. I don't know how to get it to draw straight. That.
Revert. Oh, I believe that they are discussing State v. Allison. I may be wrong.
Okay.
But to me, that reads that they are explaining what their case law is.
Okay. So, suppression of the Hague report.
Ooh.
The additional, I'm going to change this over here because the light's bothering me. The accident involving the firearm that led to the indictment of Miss Gutierrez-Read occurred on October 21st, 21. The state first charged Hannah, I'll just shorten it, with involuntary manslaughter on January 31, 23. The trial commenced in February 28th of 24. Hannah's principal defense theory was that no one had committed the crime and that this was a tragic accident. And if there was any negligence, it was on the part of the producer, as found in the OSHA. Let's talk about that little point right there. OSHA. Y'all want to touch on it, or do you want me to?
That's a wild red herring. Like, OSHA literally cannot and will not ever blame the workers. It is always management. OSHA will always protect the worker. That is their job.
Right.
Management is always at fault because management did not manage their workers. The worker misbehaving is not the worker's fault. It's that their manager let them misbehave. Like, at the end of the day,
we've said about Hannah. Hannah allowed the stuntmen and the actors to inappropriately handle the weapons. It is Hannah's responsibility, period.
And they didn't look
not
at
the
her.
Producers, nobody else's. Hannah's.
They didn't look at her as a manager. They looked at her as a worker. Whereas she was actually managing literally everyone on the set with that. Every person that had a gun, everyone who looked at guns, like, she was managing that.
She got off lucky.
The fact that OSHA did not follow that and be like, oh, her job is to manage, like, all the guns? Maybe she's a manager.
Well, but Ronnie is correct. OSHA's about policy, procedures, and training records.
Yeah.
And so there you go. Okay, let's continue. That's one thing that they kept bringing up in the trial. OSHA.
Yeah.
But it really had no bearing on the trial whatsoever.
They were hoping that the jury didn't pick up on that.
Yeah.
I need to run.
Nope.
No. I might be back in about 20 minutes.
Bye.
So, bye.
This defense would have been immediately bolstered by legally unforeseeable intervening cause, such as a firearm misfunction, such as Ms. Hutchinson's death. If the firearm itself was malfunctioning, it was inherent defect in the weapon itself, i.e., like if you drop it and it triggered. I want to bring that up. Jules, I don't know if you agree with me on this, but I wanted to bring this up. Ronnie, hey, text neighbor, I stole from area. Zach. I'm Texas too, Zach. I'm Central Texas. So this is representing of the lead shooter. Below it is the thingy that you pull. If your finger is around it but not pulling it, and you put side tension on it, you don't actually pull backwards, but there's side tension on it. I saw a report, and it was not a part of trial, and I wished I could have saved it. I was 4:00 in the morning. But if you put any side tension on the thing you pull, the trigger, it can and often does go off. Not a drop, but any side tension. Even though the finger is wrapped around it, if he would have done this sideways, it very well could have gone off. So there may not have been a full pull. It just was the tension. Fingers should have never been around the trigger, period.
Well, I can't
Oh,
speak to any of that because I don't know anything about pew pews,
oh,
so nothing.
okay.
I don't
This,
own one. I don't.
okay. Uh-oh. What?
I know. You were talking about how the gun went off. I do. Oh no, I have it.
I saw this report where the guy who
Yep.
owns them and shot them, and he went and he did a side pressure, and it.
Yeah. So, my theory and kind of understanding of what actually happened with Baldwin is he had his finger on the trigger depressed. When he pulled back the hammer, there's nothing to catch the hammer because the trigger's depressed. It went forward and fired. Like that's my understanding of it. Because if you look at the scene we have where he draws and he clicks the hammer back. Like you hear the click, you hear everything. And his finger is
No, I
on the
don't.
trigger. You don't hear the there is a very audible.
Got you, Braxton. Got you.
No,
I don't.
no.
Deaf joke. Okay, but my
Okay.
thing is
Yeah.
to create reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
They were saying there's no way possible that anything other could have happened. But
Yeah, no.
that's not accurate. Now,
Not at all. All right. I'm leaving.
I'm causing reasonable doubt. He's out. Like, peace out. All right. So let's go on because I'm sure we're going to get into good stuff. So,
Well,
indeed,
on
pre-trial.
that note, I'm starting to not feel too well.
I could tell, baby girl.
Yeah. My stomach is starting to bother me. So thank you, Ada, as usual, for having me on. I appreciated everybody in the chat. It was nice chatting with you. I don't know where Braxton went, but see you, Braxton. It was good talking with you. I'm going to go lay down for a bit.
Definitely lay down. We were going to talk Sunday, and that didn't happen. Do you think
Because I
tonight,
fell
maybe?
asleep. Maybe. We'll see.
Just
Yeah.
reach out when you feel better.
I will.
But
Okay.
you are so loved here. We love you, and we
I
appreciate
love
you.
you guys too. You're very warm and welcoming, and I appreciate everybody. So I'll see you soon. Okay.
Get some sleep.
I'm
Bye.
done now. All right. Bye-bye.
Y'all, she's such a love. I adore her. She's so amazing. Um, I appreciate her when she just hops on. She's just a sweetheart. Okay. She will feel better. Let's get back to this because there's some interesting things here. Yes. I love it when people hop on. This isn't just about me. This is a community. And I mean, if any of y'all want to hop on, I would welcome it. This is nothing formal. This is not court. So if you want to hop on and share screen time, you just gotta have to have a camera. You can't just hop on and not have a camera. Okay, so let me get this going again. Okay. This is perhaps the most important evidence of the case of an unforeseeable. Okay, we read that part. Foreseeable, there was no intervening cause that broke the chain of causation in the sort of the Hague report is critical new evidence. On March 6, 2024, the jury returned a verdict finding Miss Hannah Gutierrez-Read guilty of involuntary manslaughter. The district court entered judgment on April 18th when it sentenced Ms. Gutierrez-Read to the maximum statutory penalty of 18 months of imprisonment. But, here we go, what neither court nor jury nor Ms. Gutierrez-Read knew was that months before Hannah's trial, the state's two firearm experts, Hague and Lucien C. Hague and Michael G. Hague, issued not just one but report that the state disclosed, but two subsequent reports, specifically the results of the Hague's initial examination of the firearm, performed on July 3rd of 23, were published in a report dating August 2nd of 23. The results of the Hague's second examination performed August 24th of 23 were published in two separate reports dated the 26th and 34th respectively. The third Hague report found the firearm contained unexplained, here's the key right here, unexplained tool marks on the working surface and the side of the evidence trigger sear. I'm going to try to see if I can get that to do that. I'm not good at that. And that it was unlikely that these tool marks are the result of damage occurred during the FBI impact testing. Y'all, that's huge. 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 Number two, the tool marks do not appear to be the original manufacturer marks or used and abused tool marks. Big. This right here, I wish I can push shift and it would go straight, but it doesn't. I need to find another thing to open these things in because I don't like this crooked lines, but it is what it is. Put another way, the state expert concluded that there were unexplained alterations to the firearm trigger seal and critical conclusions given that Mrs. Reed, co-defendant Alexander Baldwin, has claimed that he never pulled the trigger to the gun prior to the firing of the bullet that killed Halyna Hutchins. The state, however, did not produce the third Hague report. This is huge. They did not produce the third Hague report in her trial. That's a big deal. Big deal. Awesome. I'm sorry about that. Instead, the state produced them only to Mr. Baldwin. Wow. 2 weeks after the jury had convicted and the court sentenced Hannah Gutierrez Reed. It was only on May 31st, by which time Gutierrez-Reed was already at Western New Mexico Women's Prison in grants for intake and classification. Wow. Y'all, what is your opinion? My gosh, it gets deeper and deeper and deeper. Only 2 weeks after the jury convicted and court sentence, okay, there's only one in May 31st, which time she was already sorry, I lost my place. For intake, that special prosecutor Morsi admitted Mr. Baldwin's counsel that the state failed to disclose this supplemental. OMG. This is really adding up for Hannah. It really is. 9 months. And that such failure was mine. This is what was stated by Morsi. Okay, I'm going to get rid of all this. That was stated by Morsi. The timeline of the state's discovery and disclosures in Mr. Baldwin's case is important to understand for the purpose of this motion. So here's the timeline. January 24th, 24, Baldwin made his initial discovery demand. April 22nd, 29 of 24, repeatedly raised concerns to the prosecution missing expert material and other missing discovery. Then on the 29th of 24 of April, Baldwin apparently learned the second Hague report when Lucien Hague referred to it as during his pretrial interview. Y'all. As much as I believe that Hannah Gutierrez is responsible because the buck stopped with her, it's like the OSHA, the buck stops with the managers. This is not good, in my humble opinion, which I'm going to get a hat made. It was more than a month later, May 21st or 24, that Baldwin's defense learned of the existence of the third Hague report during a pretrial interview with Michael Hague. Meanwhile, the state was actively pursuing Mrs. Gutierrez-Reed. Her trial began on February 28th, delivered the verdict on March 6th. The court imposed sentence on April 18th. During Gutierrez's trial, her attorney examined the Hague, Lucien Hague, about the precise exculpatory issue raised in the third report. Quotes, Mr. Bolt, okay, sir. And in your inspection of the weapon that Baldwin recovered, a Baldwin revolver, did you see any modification that would have changed the firing characteristics of the weapons, Mr. Hague? No, not at all. Balls, okay, sir. So other than the FBI testing, breaking those components, you did not see any other evidence of modification or damage? I did not. Whoa. Whoa. I got to do it. I am getting livid. Okay. At the same time, Lucien Hague gave his sworn testimony. The state possessed a report stating the exact opposite. This is the kind of stuff that I believe is going to help Hannah. Specifically, that the firearm contained unexplained tool marks on the working surfaces on the side of the evidence trigger sear. Unlikely that a result of damage incurred during FBI testing, do not appear to be the original manufacturer marks or use and abuse tool marks. Although Lucien Hague's trial testimony directly contradicted his conclusions in the third report, the state continued to withhold the third report and its contents. Wow. What are y'all's thoughts? Have I lost you? Oh my gosh, that's huge. That is huge, huge. With the third Hague report, Miss Hannah would have had sufficient evidentiary basis from which to argue that the explained alteration of the firearm could cause it to fire without anyone pulling the trigger, an unforeseeable intervening cause that would render her conduct not legally responsible for Hutchinson's death. Yeah. This was critical factor in the jury's decision under the instructions that were given. Now, let's really be real. Whether the weapon went off or not is, to me, not so important as the fact that Hannah did not ensure there was no live rounds were in it. Oh, sorry. Hannah did not do her job and ensure that there was no live rounds on set. That is her part of it. But it could have changed what she was charged with. Nor was she able to impeach Hague's testimony with prior inconsistent statements. And a few weeks after that testimony, the jury convicted Gutierrez-Read of involuntary manslaughter. It could have changed the actual charge. Suppression of additional material. Now, this goes on for 35 pages, y'all. I don't think we need to go through all 35. Let's skim. Where of a 900 or so page material related to the state witness Brian Carpenter and Hague that was not disclosed. So that wasn't disclosed. It appears that the material consisted of email communication between state and those witnesses that were not disclosed by Morrissey. That's a big no-no. And yet another, he states that Sarah Zachary knew nothing or next to nothing about firearms. He goes to state that her hiring was for low budget reason, and the only thing that mitigate that was to hire an experienced armor, but did not happen again, more likely for low budget reasons. So they're talking about Brian Carpenter hiring. Brian Carpenter was the state expert witness in the retrial as well. The email the counsel located courtesy. Okay, so that's very minor. Talking about a bunch of emails that were not spent. The law's argument: the state violates defendants' due process rights when it's suppression evidence favorable to the accused upon request. Oh, I had you covered. Are you hopping in? If you hop in, I'll pull you in again. So I'm going to keep reading this. Where the evidence is material either to the guilt or punishment, irrespective of the good faith or bad faith of the prosecution. Clarifying that the rules stated that Brady applies to the impeachment evidence. Evidence qualified as material when there is any reasonable likelihood that it could have affect the judgment of the jury. Now, it does not mean that favorable to her. It could be evidence used against her. But the one thing that people are struggling with on this is that here's what I understand. All evidence, good or bad, has to, for or against the defendant, has to be turned over to the defendant's attorney as per the Brady law. And whether it helps or hurts them, they need to have all knowledge and have access to all that evidence. The defendant's lawyer and the defendant have the right to include or exclude that evidence from their defense. It's not up to the prosecution to sit here and say, well, it's not going to help, it's not going to hurt. What are you talking about, Braxton? So Morty was kind of saying it was irrelevant. The ammo was irrelevant, that the ammo never left the state of Arizona. It doesn't matter. It's not for her to decide. Well, that's kind of the same thing in this case. It's not for them to decide what evidence can and should be turned over. All evidence has to be turned over, and they picked and choose. in order to prevail in the Brady claim, the defendant needs not to show the more likely than not would have been adequate had the new evidence been admitted. She must show only that the new evidence is sufficient to undermine confidence. Self-explanatory. The state of New Mexico, however, imposes heightened obligation under Rule 5-501. Creates disclosure obligations beyond those required by due process clause. In particular, the state must disclose any statement made by any witness whom the prosecutor intends to call in trial that is within the knowledge of the prosecutor. Now, well, let's keep reading this a little bit, and then I'll say something before I don't want to. I'll say it now. I'll forget otherwise. Do you remember in the Karen Reed trial? I think in Hannah Gutierrez trial, sometimes when the prosecution or the defendant is talking to a witness and they talk about having a meeting. Sorry. They say, Miss Smith, did you have a meeting with the prosecution prior to today? Yes. We prepped for trial. Okay. Did anybody take notes? The lawyers? Oh, got it, Braxton. No. If they said yes, then all of those notes have to be turned over to the opposite side or opposing side. It goes both ways. And that's why when they have their meetings and prep for trial, they do not make notes and video it. If they have notes, all notes have to be disclosed. That is why that was so important. Somebody asked me that. I'm going through my yawning phase this morning. The state of New Mexico, however, imposes creates disclosure obligations beyond those of due process, trial, worth, and knowledge of prosecutor. When a defendant has been found guilty, the court, on motion of the defense or in its own motion, may grant new trial if required in the interest of justice. The motion for a new trial based on newly discovered evidence is appropriate where that evidence, 1, will probably change the result of the new trial granted. She has some hope there. 2, discovered after the trial. She has some hope there. 3, could not have been discovered before the trial by exercise of due diligence, meaning the defense did their due diligence. They did everything they could. They asked for all of the discovery, and they put on their case with everything they had. However, they didn't have everything. In their good faith, they did, but the prosecution withheld. It is material. It is not merely cumulative. It is not merely impeaching or contradictory. And then they're sitting here. This is what the court should order. Brady states, I'm not going to do that. There is no litigation dispute in the state violated Ms. Gutierrez due process right under Brady, given that it is now stipulated that it failed to disclose evidence that both favored Ms. Gutierrez Reed and material to her guilt. So there was material on both sides. The first factor, the third Hague report, is favorable to Ms. Gutierrez and corroborates a defense theory that exculpate, I can't say that word, Ms. Reed, and would have changed jurors' weight of the evidence in essential ways. Whatever conduct the state alleged against Ms. Reed, the conduct was not legally responsible for Hutchins' tragic death because no one could have foreseen that unexpected alterations to a trigger seal would lead to a freak malfunction causing the gun to misfire. Now, this to me is a stretch, huge stretch. However, I believe that it's a possibility. If the jury had credited this theory, which the state-owned expert reports would have corroborated. The jury necessary would have acquitted Ms. Gutierrez-Reed. But if Ms. Reed was not able to pursue the theory because the state buried evidence in its possession that was necessary for her to make the case to the jury, nor did Ms. Reed fail to ask the right questions. She asked specifically and repeatedly. The state produced all evidence subject to the Brady and whatever. I'm sorry, I'm bad at that. I have a problem with the GIGI. And then at trial, even without knowing Lucien Heggs had opinion in writing of the third report, there were modifications or damage to the firearm, resulting in the FBI testing. Ms. Reed asked specific questions. 1. Okay, sir, I want to have fun with this. Can we have fun with this? Y'all want me to have fun with this? I want to have fun with this.
All right, let's just admit it. That didn't happen.
All right, let's go. Mr. Bowles.
Okay, sir. In your inspection of the weapon, what did Baldwin recover? Did you see any modification that would have changed the firing characteristics of the weapon?
Mr. Hegg? No, not at all.
Mr. Bowles?
Okay, sir. So, other than the FBI testing breaking those components, did you see any other evidence of modification or damage?
Mr. Hegg?
I did not.
Okay. The fact that Ms. Gutierrez-Reed asked the question of Mr. Hegg, perjured himself in the response, and displayed any suggestions that the truth memorialized the third report would have been exculpatory as to Ms. Reed. Mr. Hegg perjury likewise supported the second factor that the third Hegg report, evidence qualifies a material that when any reasonable likelihood that it could have affected the judgment of jury. To prevail on her Brady claim, Ms. Reed needs not to show that she more than likely not would have been acquitted and the new evidence been admitted. What did Braxton say? Because I can't see. Let me see. I lost my place. And the new evidence would admitted. She must show only that her new evidence sufficient to undermine the confidence in the verdict. So it's not that it has to show that it would have had a different verdict, that it potentially could have had a different verdict. Clear finding under the standard, defendant can prevail even if the undisclosed information may not have affected the jury's verdict. The fact of the case surpasses all low thresholds. The Hegg report perjured himself. Okay, we got that. Whatsoever the state's intentions, there's no dispute that the failed to disclose the third Hegg report after the Reed's conviction and sentencing, failure to disclose on 8/31, supplemental Hegg report was mine. So she admitted it. Let's read that again with a voice.
So, the failure to disclose the 8-31 supplemental Hegg report was mine, Morrissey says.
And that is all that matters. Whether this sublimation was inadvertent or intentional does not affect the Brady analysis. The violation occurs when the supplemental evidence is
material either to guilt or punishment, irrespective of good faith or bad faith of the prosecution.
The state failed to disclose the third Hegg report of Ms. Reed until months after the trial constitutes a violation of her due process under the Brady. Okay, we're going to get off of the Hegg report. Secondly, in property, all of this has to do with the Hegg report. I'm going to read this with...
In the alternative, the court should grant Ms. Gutierrez-Reed relief pending appeal.
The alternative to an outright dismissal or at least new trial, the court should grant Gutierrez already filed motion for immediate release pending appeal. The defendant convicted of a nonviolent offense is entitled to release on bail pending appeal if the court finds 1. By clear and convicting evidence the person is not likely to flee, pose danger to the safety or any other person or the community if released. I don't think that's going to be an issue with her. 2, that the appeal is not for the purpose to delay or raise substantial questions of law or fact likely to result in a reversal order for a new trial. Involuntary manslaughter is not enumerated as a violent crime for the purpose of this statute. Moreover, such release is automatic and mandatory upon finding the above prerequisites are satisfied. For the reasons discussed above, for the pending of blah, 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 a sanction for the purpose of the second prong, blah, 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 blah. Ms. Gutierrez-Read raises a question of more substance that would be necessarily finding that it would not be frivolous. So in conclusion, for the foregoing reasons, Ms. Gutierrez-Read respectfully requests the court to order a new trial or dismissal for the case of I can't say it. Prosecutorial misconduct. The court should also order Ms. Gutierrez released. Finally, the court should order its inherent power that Ms. Morrissey is to be removed as special prosecutor for the misconduct that has been found and the violations committed in Ms. Gutierrez-Reed's trial submitted, blah, 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 blah. And then this is a bunch of exhibitees. Okay, we got through it. Oh, I have to be honest. Reading documents like that out loud makes me nervous because of my reading issues. So I thought I did pretty decent. I'd give myself a B for reading that. Thank you, everybody, for joining. Braxton, you're welcome to join whenever you're free, if I don't end before then. Whew. What do y'all think about this lighting? Should I turn on the big light? I'm kind of liking this. Let me see the difference. There's the difference. Which do you like better? I guess it depends on my mood. I'm in this mood right now. For non-court days, non-interpreting days, I think I'll do this. I kind of like it. What do you think? Oh, Ronnie. Oh, snap, crackle, pop. So, question. This one. When I'm interpreting, I got to have the big light on, though. If there's any chance of me doing any kind of signing, because it's clear and easier for them to see. Okay. Questions to you, all of you who are watching. Do you think that this is enough? Do you believe or think that this is enough for Hannah to either A, get a new trial, or quit, or be dismissed? Comment. Dismiss, new trial, or nothing. See, I want to get contacts. I need to get contacts, y'all, because I don't like the glasses. I'm going to try and get contacts. So, everybody likes this one better. I may do it. I might do it. Dun, 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 dun. You know, I can change my lights, right, y'all? Well, if we're going to do dark, let's change the lighting because I want to do something fun with my lights. Let's see what we can do. I got to have the glasses on to see that. The darker one. Everybody likes the darker one. Okay. So, question. Do you guys think that she is going to be, um, do you think she is going to be, oh, they changed it. Oh my gosh. Why did you change it? Oh my gosh, y'all changed it. I hate it when they change a program. Hate it. Okay, there's purple, there's blue, there's turquoise, and then we can warm it up a little. Almost home. Okay. I'm just playing with my lighting, getting the colors. Colors. Scenes. How about this? Sunrise, and it slowly rises. Sunset. No. Tree forest. Oh God, no. Aurora. Oh, that's cool. Look at that. Oh, I'm off the mic. A new trial for sure by judge. May dismiss. Yeah. Oh, look at the lights changing. Starry sky. Yeah. Spring. I don't like greens, so I'm not going to go for greens. Winter. Ooh, what do y'all think about that one? Rainbow. Here's fire. That needs to be our code red. And wave. I like the rainbow one. What do y'all think? Should I have the lights changing or is it too distracting? Is it too distracting? At least get a new trial. Yeah, I agree. Oh my gosh, they have more. Deep sea, glacier, desert. Yeah, moonlight. Downpour. Sunny. Here's volcano. I'll tell you what, the only way that Hannah, if she gets off, she needs to be thanking someone, that's for dang sure. Exactly. I'm like, y'all, I like the cherry actually. Festive. I just struggle so much with, it angers me so much that, that she could potentially get off scot-free because because the state screwed up. I believe she's got some responsibilities. I don't dispute that. Oh my gosh, y'all, what do you think about that? Oh my gosh. Oh God, no. 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 Look at the meteor shower. Is that crazy? Do you think Morsi will resign before they fire her? I don't know. She is so prideful. She is so prideful. I don't know what to think, honestly. These are just too bright, but I can do that. That's kind of interesting. Do those lights bother y'all? That's kind of interesting. Let me go back to this one. Oh, I don't like that. It is, what's the word I'm looking for? What's the word I'm looking for? I'm looking for a word. No, I don't like that. I like that better. I think I kind of like that. We're going to save that. Okay, we're going to save this. I kind of like this, y'all. I'm not lying. What do you think? Her her contract is probably is going to be over, or they're just going to null and void it after this. But I am going to say this. I think that if she's smart, she will throw herself at the mercy of the courts and the bar. Because if the judge doesn't make a complaint, you bet the attorneys are going to. And I don't know, that's what I'm looking for. Can the bar see this and start their own investigation? She doesn't work for them, but they can refuse to use her any further. They can terminate the contract. She may be on for other cases, and they can deny her cases for the future. I kind of like this, guys. I'm not lying. I kind of like this. This is kind of cool. How does it look up close? Let me do something like, yeah, I'm liking this. I'm normally not one who likes this, but I'm liking it. Ronnie, how do you like the background? I think I may start streaming this way, especially when I have migraine days and I'm not interpreting. Do you think Morse will resign before they fire her? She can't be fired because she's contract, but they can refuse to renew or use her again. Alec Baldwin got off on a technicality. Should Hannah, if they can prove it? It's all about judicial rights. It's all about fair trial. That's where all of this is falling. Not that she's innocent or guilty of what's happened. It's about, is this a fair trial? That's what this is about. Oh, my dog is curled up. My dog's sick again. I think I'm going to have to go get her medicine again. Her contract may be over. She's a special problem. The district attorney in Santa Fe, New Mexico has affirmed her support for a Russ prosecutor. Yeah, well, guess what? The governor is above her. She's not the end of the road. And if she continues to do this and fight for Morrissey, it could be a career ending for her as well. Very much what could be career ending for her as well. I won't lie. So that's where we are with that. She's a private contractor. She's a private attorney with her own firm and well, yes, it doesn't matter. But is she alone in her law firm, or does she have partners? Is she does she hold the majority in that law firm, or does she not? See, we don't know all that. I wish I did. If she is not the majority holder of her law firm, they can kick her out. She could lose her firm. This could be career ending or very devastating. She's on a very, very dangerous roller coaster right now. We don't know all the facts. Exactly. I'm kind of kicking this mood with the purple behind me. I wish Miss Kevin could see it. I wish he could, because I finally find something I like. Hey, Braxton, what do you think? Look at lighting. I can't hear you. No sound.
I love it.
Is it too cray-cray?
No, it looks really good.
Better than what I was doing before?
Better than just the red.
Well, the red was because we were on code red for the BS.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Believe me.
How do we join what? Report. To come in and talk?
The Hague report.
Click on this. Hold on. SM down H8, H9. First of all, you got to have a camera. Okay. And we got to be respectful. Okay. Jay, your device is not connected. Okay, Jay, you're on stage. Welcome, Jay.
Hi, how are you doing?
Good. I think Braxton was going to say something, and then do you want to say it now or later?
I'll say it later.
Okay, Jay, what's up?
Hey, how you guys doing? I was just like, I don't like unless Hannah gets disbarred. Like I don't really see her getting in trouble for this. Like the only like
You mean Morsi?
Yeah. Not Hannah. Yeah, the like this is not her. Like this, they hired her as a special gun because they don't have any prosecutors in that state. Like this is not her. This is not how she collects her average everyday living. She's not paying her like rent and her mortgage on the fact that people are paying her for prosecutor jobs. So I don't really think it matters unless she gets disbarred. Like unless they disbar her. Like that's the only way I think it matters.
Like well, I don't think it matters in this case. But like I said, let's think about it. If she works with a law firm and they saw this and she is not the majority holder in that law firm, it could affect her income. They can decide, you know what? You do not want you representing this firm.
Yeah, but as a lawyer, you can just open your own private practice. Like you can just like get an office somewhere, or like
she can.
Like it's like if it worst comes to worst, that's the only thing I see it like that. Like and then she's just a lawyer with her own private practice. Like how many of those are there? Like you'd have to tell me those people are bad off to be like, well, she's the worst, going to be worse off in the world or whatever because of this.
So I just looked it up. You want to know what the name of her firm is?
Do I want to know?
Carrie T. Morrissey Law Office.
So she's herself.
Yep. She's already on her own.
Yeah, that's what I said. She can't be fired like, unless she gets in there and be like, I really was appalled at my own conduct. And I'm going to fire myself. Like nothing can happen here.
Well, yes, and that is true. But once again, I'm trying to help educate people how some things can happen. I didn't know. So now, when it comes to her employment, she's secure.
I think I heard the fact that she owned her own law firm, like watching TMZ or something like that.
Let me ask you, Jay, if you were her client and you saw this, would you remain her client?
Yes.
Part of me thinks yes, because while it's unethical, I kind of like a lawyer that would do anything for me.
Yeah. Yep. As a client, 100%.
As someone that she's going against, absolutely not.
I mean, as someone she's going against, if I have the dude that fought her, then I still want it because then I get off. Like then I get off with scot-free. Like Alec Baldwin should have never been put on trial in the first place. He as an actor is never responsible for those bullets, and they determined that when they said that Brandon Lee's shooter was never responsible for those bullets.
Yep. Exactly.
The only difference here is that not Hannah Gutierrez, the person that was shot is a woman. I seriously think that's the only difference. I seriously think the only reason we care about this more than in that case, what, I don't know, 20, 25 years
Remember, a man was shot too.
Yeah.
It went through and hit a man. I think the difference is...
I know that. So, like, that's how I know we're only doing this for a woman. I didn't even know that it hit a man. Are we talking about the Hannah Gutierrez case or the Brandon Lee case?
No. Okay. Brandon Lee was a man. Hannah Gutierrez, the weapon went through the lady and hit the director in his shoulder and exploded. So it was a through and through on her and hit a man.
Oh.
It hit two people. Yeah, but let me say this. The difference is live round versus a piece of cotton that was inside a blank. Okay? And it was seen as a work for. Wasn't he holding the gun himself?
No, it was another actor, Michael Shan or something that was a no name. Oh. It was a stuntman actor or whatever that was holding the gun pointing at Brandon,
but
whatever.
That was an accidental because it was a blank in it, and part of what created that blank was propelled, and it should not have. That was a malfunction. Okay, Braxton.
So I just looked it up. So Brandon Lee on the set of The Crow died because a prop gun that was supposed to fire a blank round discharged a bullet that had been lodged in the barrel. So,
right. So
the
that's,
barrel had been lodged there. Who was the name of the other guy who died?
I don't know, but let's
From the
talk about
set?
that part.
Yeah.
Hence why it became a new procedure, because that weapon had shot a live round. No one checked the barrel, and they loaded a blank behind it. And when that went off, it propelled the bullet.
Yeah.
Now they have a ramming rod that they have to put into every chamber of every weapon before it's used on set to ensure there's nothing stuck in the barrel. Had that happened, the guy would not have been passed on.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And then
There's
the
a
other
difference
one
between
was
accidental and then not doing anything.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Braxton.
Well, yeah. And then the other one was John Eric Hexum, which was the self-inflicted one.
I never heard of that story.
Yeah, he
Brian.
was messing around, and it was on the set of the television series Cover Up. He was joking around and decided to point the
lead shooter.
Yeah, and fired jokingly.
And
it discharges basically the same amount of force as a cartridge, and that has to go somewhere, so it caused a skull fracture and
killed him.
Yep.
I've never heard that story.
Yep. There have only been 3 people.
The only other one I knew of was Brandon Lee, and I'm still kind of convinced that the difference in this to me is that even though you went through all the technical aspects, is that one's a woman, one's a dude, and we don't really give a shit if a dude dies. We got to find out who the killer of a woman was.
So I am going to go on that real quick. I agree that definitely the media latches on way more when a woman dies. It just does. I think that Baldwin wouldn't have been charged if a man had been shot purely because of the media. Like, the media latched on to her death and to Baldwin, so they saw Baldwin as the target. Hannah would have always been charged, but I think that this would have been another tragic accident where Hannah was charged. In a right world, Seth Kenny would have been charged, and that would have been the end of it. Maybe the assistant production manager, whatever, guy. But Baldwin, I agree with you on some levels that Baldwin, the only reason he is being tried is because the media latched onto him.
Yeah.
And I think the only reason the media latched onto him was because death of women is more sensational. As absolutely awful as it is to put that way. True crime does better when it is. All of these different things.
Yeah.
So
the only way I can see this worse is if this scenario involved like an accidental death of a kid.
Yeah, I was gonna say kid. Yeah,
gender wouldn't matter as much.
But I feel like for some reason, if it had just been a man, the media would not have latched on as hard.
Yeah.
So, yeah. At the end of the day, I definitely.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I just think that in the end, this all sucks.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
In the end,
but now
this all sucks.
Hannah gets off. Is Seth Green getting charged? Because
no.
If Hannah gets off, are they basically saying that this person was not the only compensation is going to come from civil court or whatever? And I guess the guy is getting a producer fee. And by the way, is anyone else interested in the Rust movie now? Because actually, this thing has actually made me seeing. Oh wait, that's the name of the movie. It clicked on me I don't know, a couple days ago that I've been following some of this stuff or whatever. and like I didn't really register the name of the movie, and then it was like, oh, that's the name of the movie. Now I kind of want to go see it. Anybody else want to go see it because of all this?
I do kind of want to go see it. Like,
I don't know.
I want to see how much of a train wreck it is. Like, if it is a train wreck, like that's the thing. And here's the other thing. The reason they finished filming was because it's what Halyna have wanted to happen.
I mean, I would
Halyna would have wanted them to go forward. That is my understanding of why they actually went forward with the blessing of Halyna's husband.
Well, he signed on to be a producer. Of course, he's gonna bless it. Like, if he signed on to be a producer, and it's like, we must stop production. Like, that doesn't help him either,
right? But it's in that regard, that's something I would go see in honor of Halyna and this being her last work. Other than that, I really am not all that interested. I like some of the actors, but
So, have they actually finished shooting?
Yeah.
Do you think they include? Do you think they would include that? Is there any legal ramification of why they couldn't include the shots that actually in the movie that Alec actually did that caused this whole thing? Like, is there any law that says they can't use those shots in the movie that actually caused this thing? I mean, I guess the producer that isn't like the ex-husband might not have a problem with that, but is there any reason they can't? Like, is there any reason why they wouldn't be able to? Because now I'm curious if they reshot or they use those shots.
I think they would have had to reshoot for the sole
That was a
reason
practice.
That was a practice one, and the one actual shot wasn't filmed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so the only filming that we saw was that practice shot, man. The practice take. There we go.
Thank you.
Using the word shot's so difficult in this case.
Like, I know.
That take. The take of the one we saw was a test. Just test. Then they went to lunch. Then it happened. So yeah. They hadn't been filming that one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it would have been some great evidence.
If they had been filming it and that was let's say like all this happened anyway, so Alec Baldwin still gets off, could they have used it?
No,
I don't think they would.
And like evidence for
legal, no. Legally, I'd say
that would depend on the husband because he's now a producer.
Yeah. I mean, I think
legally it could, morally it shouldn't.
Yeah, exactly. Could.
Yeah.
Oh, so legally, yes. Okay, so it could.
Yeah, I'd say legally, probably.
Unless that evidence is still sealed in evidence locker. That film cannot be used if it's still in the evidence locker.
Yeah, if it was still sealed.
Or Court of Appeals. Now, once all the pellet, 10 years from now, sure. Right now, it's if that was an evidence, it's sitting in the evidence locker and they can't use it.
If you filmed something and you had copies, would they have taken copies? Like if something like they would have taken all the copies? Okay.
Wow.
Good point.
I didn't know that.
But if there's a warrant for film, it doesn't say just that minute. It says all film. Then they would have to collect all copies, all versions, all angles, all directions.
Yeah.
All. Now, could someone hide it? Potentially. I'm
sure that there would be copies out there. Like it's hard for me to think that there wouldn't be copies that if the scene had been taken and that the actual incident was on scene, I'm sure that it would have been floated around. I don't think they could have kept it under seal, But if they were able to keep it under seal, yeah. I mean, I was just watching a trial where they had issues with disclosure and had a similar.
I should ask, are you guys lawyers?
Yeah. Nope.
Neither one of you?
Are we what?
How are you?
Lawyers.
Lawyers? No, but I am a criminal law student.
So you're trying to become a lawyer or something else?
That's possible. I'm 53 years old. So I don't know once I graduate if I'm going to have the energy to go through law school. I potentially would like to.
How close are you on to graduating? Are you just starting? Are you like almost done?
No. I've got 3, maybe 4 semesters, depending on how my college classes line up.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
And I'm over here. I'm working in IT. So okay. I'm just a tech guy who is... I'm a high school dropout who majors in IT and minors in law.
Oh, okay.
So that's the best way to describe me.
Oh, okay. I'm not a lawyer either. I was just wondering if you guys were.
Nope.
No, but we are law junkies, court junkies, however you want to put it.
Could you hold on for a second? I got a call.
Well, Jay, I have somebody else who's wanting to hop on, so I'm going to let you go. Thank you so much.
It was good seeing you and talking to you.
So I have somebody who's possibly wanting to hop on, so I wanted to open up the channel. Ronnie, just like walk up to the witness stand. Yeah, Carrie Morrissey walking up to that witness stand like, I don't care. It was like the judge said, ma'am,
I'll testify under oath.
He's not requiring it. He's not demanding it. He's actually saying he doesn't want it. Yeah. I'm not asking you to do it. Oh, honey. I was like, girl.
Right. So when I jumped on RA's panel afterwards, after everything happened, I hadn't watched that.
That's where I met you.
We'd met before.
Probably before.
Yeah, we'd met before on a panel. But I loved that Thal's explanation of what I needed to watch for was the greatest thing ever. He's like, as soon as you hear the prosecutor say, I'll get on the stand, go get popcorn. Go make popcorn.
Yep. Go get the popcorn. Potato chips, hot dog, Dr. Pepper.
I have watched that entire day of trial 4 times because I've watched it with 2 different streamers. 3 different streamers, and I rewatched it with my best friend. I didn't tell him. He was kind of following the Baldwin trial, and he's like, so what's going on in court today? And I'm like, oh,
you got to come over. Come on.
I told him, do not look at anything, nothing. Look at nothing. So he comes over, and we put it on, and he's been trying to like pull stuff out of me. And I had to keep him interested. I sent him a picture of Carrie on this witness stand, and he's like, what? And it's like, yep. And he's like, it can't get worse than this. And I'm like, it can, and it does. Like, yeah. The fact that we started the day with Carrie Morrissey is signaling witnesses.
That went nowhere.
That was massive. My friend was losing his mind. He's like, what? And
it went nowhere.
They finished that argument, and I'm like, you will never hear about that again. And he's
Thank you. Yes, Jay. Thank you, Jay.
That wasn't what? And I'm like, It was... I loved that day of court.
Yeah, it was awesome. And the other thing that got me was not the icing on the cake, but the $50 a rose petal sugar gum paste decoration on the cake, or the jewel, was when she stood outside that courtroom. I never saw any of this prior to trial. I got to do the voice.
I never saw any of this prior to trial. Today was the first time I saw it.
That I know that's kind of irritating. I'm sorry, Braxton.
Nope, that was great. That was a fantastic impression. I could not hear a difference.
And then I went,
What? What?
no.
Yeah.
And then this is what was going on inside me.
Yep.
Is that about right?
No, that was fantastic. That was exactly it. Like, it
Oh
was the
yeah,
craziest day.
Andrielle's right. Look at what she said.
I need to go watch Emily's stream.
Oh, we are too in a minute. But
Oh, cool.
this was like her reaction. I gotta be.
Yeah.
We both were pretty similar in reaction, but it's like, what? No, 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 don't get up there. No, 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 not good. Danger, danger. Don't do it. Don't do it. I was laughing my butt off. Well, people don't realize I had her here, but she's always delayed. She's not always,
Yeah.
she doesn't always start at the same time. So we were talking about it, and she finally got to that point, and I was like, I couldn't keep my eye off of her.
Oh man.
Oh,
Okay, that makes
good.
sense. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it does. It really does. Braxton, Emily could have used you yesterday.
Really? What happened?
Do you remember I said I'm having a sound issue where
Yeah.
when I go to play a video, there's no sound? Figured it out. You
Oh,
have to go to the speaker on the lower part of your screen,
yeah.
go to the advanced settings, because there's something called FX Sound Audio Enhancer.
Yep.
So I
Yeah.
have to click off of that and hit on the Rodecaster Pro, but then it clicks back to the audio enhancer. Is that the sound booster I installed? It's called Vivid IQ. No, Sound Booster.
It could be. We will take a look.
I don't want it if that's what's happening, but she has a sound booster, and StreamYard has been sold to another company.
Really?
I'm like,
Ooh.
what?
Not liking that.
I'm not either. I was like, are you kidding me? Why? I know they probably made a ton of money, but still.
Yeah, honestly. So I'm working towards building an app with my friends. Okay. So we're working on an app, and kind of at the end of the day, the idea of when you build an app, when you build a program, it's always to sell it off once you can sell it for $100 million. Like, you split that among your team and you literally never have to work again off of one app. Like, the StreamYard team made so much money.
Yeah. But the problem is everybody is having glitches now. We're not happy. We're not happy. And it's frustrating to me that happened, but I want to make sure that what I have loaded is not the same thing. So it is what it is, but just wanted to FYI you.
Yeah, I'm looking into it. It's interesting.
It is interesting.
They did an acquisition of the actual parent company. So it wasn't just StreamYard. They bought their entire business.
Which is what?
So they had so StreamYard had also so StreamYard, Streamable, and Superwave were all in their suite, and a place called Bending Spoons bought them out. So
Really? Wow. Okay.
Currently we're working with Swift because we're doing an iPhone. I'm responding to chat. So we're working with Swift because we're doing an iOS app to start, but we'll also be doing some web development, which in JavaScript would be fantastic, actually. So
Well, I wanted to see if you could help me get an app made
ooh,
because somebody we know has one, but I want to have one made where there's ASL resources and connections.
cool. Yeah, private message me that.
Yep. So, what are you thinking about the colors on the background now?
Oh, I love them. It's great.
Does the moving bother you?
Doesn't bother me. Some people it might. If you could have the bottom ones flash a little bit slower.
I don't know if I can do that. I got timer.
But other than that, no, I think it's great.
No timers. I wish I can pause it, but the one that I'm using, it won't let me pause it. I may have to. I'll play with it. We'll figure it out. But right now, we'll just leave it. I like the change. Now, I hate the way people take the rainbow and only mean one thing. Whether I support it or not, it's not the point. But I like this subtle with the wood background. Looks real good. Oh, Andrea's talking to you. So, anything else we can talk about? I'm loving what you're done. You did good. You have a monitor that high?
Yeah.
How many do you freaking have?
So I have one here, one here, one here, and then one up here.
So you got a horseshoe.
Yeah, I have 4.
Why?
Because I can. And I actually can't work without 4 now. Like, it's so dumb, but legitimately it is difficult to work with less monitors now.
I get it.
Yeah,
I
like I've got 2 like 32-inch monitors in front of me, and then 2 27 inches on each side.
Mine are probably 27, 227s. That's it.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Whatever you're gonna use and you have use for is all you need.
I think I'm going to rearrange my desk and I can make it to where I can get one more horizontal. I mean, one more vertical.
Yeah.
I will because document, filming. And I'm noticing I'm running out of that space. But and so I might do that. I have looked at the switcher. So I've decided to get the Big Daddy.
Nice.
Because I'm going to grow.
Yes, you are. You're already growing. You're at what? 100 or 1.96, 1.97?
Yeah, I've kind of stalled. We need to have a trial. I need to get another big chat. I need to get on with Valhalla and some of them.
I thought you translating Rob's stream was so cool. That was
I know.
So
I gotta figure out how to get that set up for Friday. I need to do it again. Yep, me and my interpreter.
That was absolutely fantastic. So.
Yep, but see, I can't do this for that.
No. You need dark background and lots of light, right? Yeah.
I can do it with the background I have. I just can't have all the color modes. I might, depending on how I arrange it, I have enough black fabric, run a cable, or have you seen those bars? They're tubes that extend and attach to the wall that you hang all your lights and microphone off of.
Yeah.
I've got 3. I got one in front of me.
Nice.
So I'll hang one of those and just throw the black behind me and then put my light on.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay. Well, unless you have something fun.
We just got a question in chat, actually.
Oh.
I believe that's Jay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Camille Vasquez all day long. Like, I didn't like Spyro.
Oh, hell yeah.
Loved Camille. Camille was fantastic.
Girl crush.
Fantastic.
Lawyer crush.
She was immediately partner after that. Like, she was not a partner at the law firm. She was just a normal...
She was just like this, and then she went...
Yes. Like, seriously, they had her on in an interview with Ben Chu after, and it's like, yeah, no, she's partner now. Like, equity partner. Like,
she was that trial.
Yeah, right? Like, I've never seen better lawyers than that team.
And I've got to fix my hat. It's killing my head. It's the thing is this. You can have paid 10 times as much money as Johnny did and not have that good of attorneys. It all depends on the individuals, not how much you spend. You could spend a lot less and get them too.
Oh yeah. Like,
and everybody said it was all the money. No. He paid what he paid for. He could probably pay another $5 million on top of that. And he would not have sneezed with the outcome.
Yeah. Depp had about $5.5 million for his legal team.
Yeah. And he would have paid 5 more. If he had known this was going to be the outcome, he would have paid it like that. It would have hurt, but he would have paid it. They're awesome.
Yeah. Like, and I'm sorry, I don't think Spyro and whatever his other name, whoever it was, who had a fantastic bald head. I don't feel like he did.
He did.
Right. I think that he was worth $2,000 an hour. I don't think Spyro was.
No. Well, he didn't get $2,000 an hour. Just the other guy.
Okay. Yeah.
So, yeah, they don't all get the same.
No.
You got your lead, and then they get lesser.
Yep.
But, wow. Like Brian Kohlberger, his attorney is so good.
Yeah.
So what cases are you going to look at next?
RA's doing
The Swan?
Which one?
Ashley?
Yes.
I'm doing that one too.
Okay, cool. I'll have
I didn't know he was going to do it.
Yeah. At least I think that's the one. We were also talking about doing there's a witchcraft murders case going on right now that I don't know if RA is going to cover.
Give me, private chat me the name in Discord.
Will do.
Yeah, I'm a chaplain. I don't go for witchcraft, but it would be interesting.
Oh wow, yeah.
I'd like to do something that nobody else is doing, but at the same time, I like to learn. Not that I would use it ever. That might be just something I do late at night.
Tyler Daisy.
Interesting. Ronnie, have you heard of this one? Interesting. Well, I'm going to start wrapping up. It is
Yeah.
2:00 my time. I have a 3:30 appointment. And
Cool.
I'm going to eat lunch. And I got to get ready for tomorrow. We're going to be talking a lot about a bunch of different cases tomorrow. So it's going to full day. Hopefully you can join us, Braxton.
Yeah.
That would be awesome if you could. What?
Okay, so this is Tyler Daisy was charged with first-degree murder after his mother was found dead in her home with significant injuries back in January. Oh no.
What?
Dog was involved. Dog survived, it looks like. Dog survived.
Did you send it to me in StreamYard?
I
mean, in Discord?
sending it to you now.
Okay. And for Miss
Yeah.
Veronica, we'll start looking that up.
Yeah.
Do we know when her trial is?
Oh, it's going on right now. His trial is right now. That's what I'm saying.
Mid-trial?
Like right now.
Snap! I guess we're going to go on today.
Yeah, I mean, I think today was the first day of trial, actually.
Oh, first day? Okay, we'll do it.
Oh, yeah.
Send it to us so I can hop on it. What I might do is do an evening live with them.
Yeah, I have a feeling this will be an interesting one. So, police say
if we're good with the move.
Oof. Looks like Daisy had told them his mother had been practicing witchcraft.
Okay.
So
send it to us. I'll hop on it.
Doing witchcraft. Cool. I sent it to the Mods Corner.
Okay. Mods Corner?
Yeah, Mod Chat. Discord.
In Mods Corner. Thank you so much.
Yep.
We'll get on that. Oh, here are the pictures. Oh my God, I gotta share these. Jesus, I didn't. You should have. Nobody. Really, y'all? You need to tell me a little better. Hello. Okay, here we go.
Oh.
Here are the images of the armor. Look at that.
Well,
okay.
I do have to say he had good taste in paper towels.
Yes.
He used the Scott Shop rags. Fantastic. The blue paper towels.
I've seen them, but it's been a while. I didn't know they were in Discord, or I would have shown them sooner. But
oh man,
now there's nothing. Look, there's armors look like this in some areas of the shop. I get it, but they're in bins. You got your extra cases. Okay, this doesn't bother me. This sort of bothers me.
Yeah,
that bothers me. And this, there's some organization in the boxes.
Look in the back corner. Look at the clear bin in the back corner. That's just full of ammo. That's full of bags of ammo.
But look at this box down here. No label.
None.
No label. None.
How many of these boxes are actually correct?
I know, right?
Yeah.
My daughter's with my friend who just got her puppy. Look at the puppers. Oh my God. I'm going to do this. Okay. Yes. Oh, look at the puppers.
Oh, adorable.
Oh, that's a mama. Here are the babies.
Oh.
I don't want to show face. But look at the puppers.
Oh. I want one.
Oh my God. She's gorgeous. And she just made her first live on YouTube. I shared her pic. Hope I don't get in trouble. Hope I don't get in trouble. She's coming here in a few hours.
Oh, cool.
Not ours, our friends. And
Oh.
we're hoping Sensei feels better enough to play with her. Okay, that's interesting, y'all. Yeah, I saw some photos, but I didn't remember them being that bad. I knew they were bad, but dang. Iowa man, let's look at it. Iowa man files a motion to dismiss his trial. In Des Moines, Iowa, charged with ending the life of his mother in January, has filed a motion to dismiss the case against him and to dismiss his attorney. In a new court document showed in the KGGR report, Taylor Daisy was charged with first-degree murder of his mother, who's found deceased in home with multiple lacerations to on or about body in January. Family dog was also found deceased.
Wait, was it deceased?
Yep. Court documents filed showed Daisy wants to dismiss his attorney and the case against him. Police said he told them that his mother was practicing witchcraft. Court documents filed Friday show Daisy wants to dismiss. Why am I having a hard time with that word? His attorney and case against him. He was found incompetent to stand trial in February, what was declared, but that decision was reversed in May. Jury selection for the trial began Tuesday. Okay.
Yep. And today was opening arguments, it looks like. Yep.
Okay. Well, I'm going to hop on that tonight. Why don't we do this at night?
Yeah. So Long Crime has it as the mom witchcraft murder trial.
Okay. So what we'll do, my fabulous, does courtroom junkies offend you?
No.
Because I can't do law nerds. That's taken.
Yeah.
Court junkies. My court junkies.
I can't say court addicts either.
I can do court addicts, but I don't want to offend anybody.
Yeah.
Court junkies.
Like it.
Courtroom stalkers.
Yeah. That was kind of funny.
Hey, I love Jules, but she demonetized me within the first 30 minutes, so it's okay.
What did she say?
Go back and watch. I love her. It's
58
okay.
minutes in, you said?
I don't know. It was
okay.
It was within a few minutes of hopping on. I was like, there goes my 15 cents.
Yep.
Okay, court junkies or trial junkies? CJ or TJ? He's going to Google.
I am.
Me. Google it.
Because I need to make sure none of these are... Okay,
Ronnie?
Court Junkie is a podcast.
Okay.
So Court Junkie is a podcast. Trial Junkies, on the other hand, appears to be good.
Okay,
yeah.
Trial junkie it is. We're trial junkies. Ronnie, I know I'm hitting you last minute. Would you do me a favor? Let's start throwing up information. If you can find it, let me know in Discord. If you cannot, I'm going to do a live tonight, and we will hop on, and we will start this trial today. Braxton, if you want to hop on at any other time
I will be.
you would like, please do.
Cool. Sounds great.
But I'm going to let you go. I got to figure out what's going on. I think she's got another urinary tract infection. Come on. Come here, baby. She's being super clingy, real not herself. Yes. So, but baby girl, you're going to see a puppers today. You're going to see a baby. She's like, oh, shit. Go on. Somebody else to compete for my mama's attention. All right.
Yep.
Everybody,
All right.
you have been fabulous. Go ahead. Have you seen my exit video?
I have. I love your exit video.
Well, I was told it was too short. But we're going to do it anyway.
Aw.
So you guys are awesome. We appreciate you. We'll see you tonight. I'm going to aim for 7 Central Time. That gives me time to get dinner, close the shop, and be uninterrupted. So we're aiming for 7 o'clock. I will have it posted in YouTube within the hour.
Cool. Send
Braxton,
me the
I'd
link
love
and
to
I'll
have
jump
you
in.
come on and co-host it if you'd like.
Yep. Just throw me the link. I'll be happy to jump on.
Okay. In the meantime, y'all be blessed. Have a fabulous day. Thanks for joining. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.